The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms Bridget.
May it please the Commission. Commissioners, today you will hear evidence from Professor Sharon Lorne and Dr Elaine Waddell. They are experts on defence families. You will then later in the morning hear from Robert Cornell AO, who will be giving evidence about the Defence Abuse Response Task Force. And this afternoon, after the lunch adjournment, you'll be hearing from Professor Jane Purkis on the topic and issues around suicide prevention, and you'll be hearing from Professor Louise Newman, AM, on childhood intergenerational trauma. Commissioners, I now call our first witnesses, Professor Sharon Lorne and Dr Elaine Waddell, and they can now be affirmed.
Professor Lorne, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Dr Waddell, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Commissioners, before I ask questions of the witnesses, I'll attend to the tender bundle list. And operator, if you could please display the tender bundle list for Professor Sharon Lorne and Dr Elaine Waddell. Commissioners, I note that there are 3 pages to this tender bundle list, and on the 3rd page, if the operator could please display the 3rd page, you will see that items 14 and items 14 and find my place, Commissioners, and item 14 and 16 are 2 unpublished manuscript. They're confidential on the basis that they're unpublished, but the experts have agreed to be able to discuss the findings and the concept and the purpose of those studies. I now tender that tender bundle list.
Okay, thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Professor Lorne, if I may start with you. You are a professor in mental health at the College of Medicine and Public Health, Flinders University, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are the Chair and Executive Director of Lived Experience Australia Limited.
That's correct.
And you are also the former Mental Health Commissioner for the South Australian Mental Health Commission, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are, in addition to being a professor, you're obviously a researcher and you have direct expertise in the area of defence families, is that correct?
That's right.
And you have received a number of awards, and I won't go through all of them, Professor Lorne, but just to state that you have received an Achievement Award for Excellence in the Service Delivery of Mental Health Services. You've received the Lived Experience Australia Mental Health Services Award in 2021, and you're a life member of Skylight Mental Health 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, the Lived Experience Award we've won twice in 2015 and 21.
Thank you very much, Professor, for correcting that. You're also widely published in peer-reviewed journal publications. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have about 240 or more peer-reviewed publications.
Thank you. If I can maybe just get you to perhaps speak up, or if we could please have the volume up on Professor Lorne so that I could hear her. Thank you, Professor. Dr Waddell, you have a doctorate in public health at Flinders University, South Australia, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your dissertation title is The Lived Experience of Caring for an Australian Military Veteran and Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, is that correct?
With post-traumatic stress disorder, yes, that's correct.
You also have a Master of Public Health in Defence at University of Queensland, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've got a graduate certificate in public sector management, you have a Bachelor of Social Administration in social work, and you have a Bachelor of Arts at the University of Adelaide. Is that correct?
That's
And you
correct.
two are widely published, and particularly in the area of defence families. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Perhaps if I can start, and I'll ask this question to both of you, and feel free if you both want to answer or one of you would like to answer. How do you define family?
I'll start if you like. We haven't defined family in any of our studies because families generally define themselves. A family is a group of people with a relationship between the members. It can be as small as a group of two people, a couple of partners. It can be as large as, I suppose, an extended family. So we've been very careful in studies not to have a rigid definition of family.
And Professor Lorne, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, it obviously takes in more than just the nuclear family. It takes in the diversity of different family structures.
And so is it correct then that family goes beyond biological family? Is that right?
It can, particularly because some people are very marginalised from their biological family and they have developed networks of very close people who are next of kin. So kinships are included in our definition because the person's connection with that person is extremely interpersonal and extremely close.
And can the meaning of family differ amongst cultures?
Absolutely, it can. Yeah, because of obviously the traditional extended family networks that are very much a feature of particular cultures. Mediterranean cultures particularly is a good example, but also cultures where they're not individualised focus. It's very much a whole family focus. New Zealand, it's whānau, for example, which then has quite a different impact then for contact with services because I know this, my husband is Samoan, so when a health provider speaks to him, they speak to the whole family.
And would that be the same for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities here in Australia?
Yes, there are subtle differences that need to be acknowledged across different cultural groups.
And Dr. Waddell, did you want to make any further comment about cultures and definitions of family?
No, I think Sharon's covered everything.
Thank you. And in terms of how we define or conceptualise the word carer, can you please comment on that?
Carer. Oh, sorry, you go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah. So many people don't identify, particularly partners, and we've written about this quite deliberatively in our papers as well. I am defined as by others as a mental health family carer. I don't see myself as that. I see myself as a wife, a mother, the person I care for. I'm not his carer, I'm his wife first. So we're very conscious of that there are many people who go through decades performing a caring role but actually don't identify themselves as a carer. They haven't thought of it in that way. And particularly younger couples, it's related to their sense of dignity for the person, respect for the person. The term is problematic because it pushes the carer into being someone who just performs tasks, and that's not what people in families that are performing those pragmatic functional roles. Sure, they're doing those, but they're much more than that. So the term is actually quite limiting. but we can talk about that a bit more if you'd like.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, we'll come to that. And Dr. Waddell, would you like to add anything to the definitional concept of carer?
I think it's, well, it tends to ignore the relationship. It tends to ignore the emotional aspects of being in a relationship. And I think one of the other problems we have with it is it's often used to describe paid care work. So people get confused. We have paid care workers, and we have people who have a relationship with someone who are caring for them. So it can be a difficult term, and it's defined differently by different organisations depending on their focus.
And is it correct that within the family, someone could have caring, could be undertaking those caring responsibilities, but a carer could also be someone outside of the family?
As in a paid carer, yes.
Or perhaps even an unpaid carer.
Someone under, yes, absolutely. It could be someone who has a very close relationship, a friend, a long-term friend, for example. But there has to be that emotional component there.
Thank you.
Yes,
Professor.
That there are many young carers. So particularly in households where children grow up with mental illness present in the family network, children take in and take on some of those roles naturally, just because of their shared experience, concern, learning to be empathic, modelling parents' behaviour, being given responsibilities beyond their years, etc.
And have you seen that in your research in terms of how that can impact on children?
Yeah, I've seen it in my research and in my life. It's my family household.
And would you like to briefly just say what some of those impacts are on children?
So I can give you my example. I have a son who's 18 years old now. My husband has paranoid schizophrenia and Ptsd and acquired brain injury. When my husband was psychotic, my son was 3 years old. He naturally gave Dad a hug and said, there, Dad, it's okay. So as he's become older, my husband has developed physical health problems, and sometimes he coughs and chokes on things, and the son is the first one to jump up to grab the glass of water. He's very quiet each time my husband becomes a little bit unwell. My son gets very quiet and shuts down a little bit. Now, as an 18-year-old, he's struggling a little bit. He doesn't like being at home as much. He wants to get out. He wants to get away from some of the things. He sees the burden of the caring role and he doesn't want to be that. So that's one example.
Thank you very much, Professor. And we'll probably come back to that topic around some of those impacts on not just children, but partners and other members in the family. You just touched on it there about lived experience, and thank you for sharing your lived experience. And you've both written about lived experience. This Royal Commission has been hearing evidence from lived experience witnesses. Can you tell the Commissioners what you understand by the term lived experience?
So it's a contentious area. It's a very political space, lived experience, as I'm sure Peggy and others will know. Lived experience in its clear form relates to the person with direct experience of mental ill health in our world, and also people who are in that interpersonal space of living with the person or being part of their family network, who experience the consequences and also perhaps go on to develop their own distress and mental health as a result of their involvement and interaction with services, with the person, etc. So lived experience broadly covers the person and their families.
Dr. Waddell, would you like to add to that? And if I could perhaps add a question saying, why is lived experience important?
Well, lived experience is important because we only have an understanding of what someone goes through, of what their life is like, by speaking with them. They have the direct experience of everyday life with someone with a mental health issue and the impacts it's had on them as a family member. Yes, I probably can't add any more than that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waddell, and feel free to come back to that at any point if you like.
Okay.
In your research that you've undertaken both with partners and families, and I'm going to ask you questions about both of those pieces of research that you've done, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but you've only looked at PTSD, or have you looked at other mental health conditions or other mental health symptoms in your research?
With our last study, it was broader than PTSD. Our participants were family members who'd cared for a veteran or first responder with a mental health condition. But we did find that most participants who came forward talked about the person they were supporting as having PTSD. The previous studies have looked at PTSD.
I certainly can add, to look through it with a clinical diagnostic lens is not where we're at. People come with more than just a diagnosis. It's the whole picture of their path of distress. So although the label is PTSD, there's often anxiety, depression, trauma. I think the T part of the PTSD is what we've particularly focused on, the trauma.
And I noticed, and I think it might have been in one of the studies called Why Do You Stay, and we'll come to that in a moment. I noticed in that study that, in fact, the criteria were that the person didn't need to have a formal diagnosis of PTSD. Is that correct?
No, because that would be problematic, because we know that some of the people that we've spoken to and met, it's been 30 years, 40 years before they've actually sought help. For many, it's been younger ones. It's still been a long time of realising that this is not normal.
Dr. Waddell, did you want to say something about the reasoning behind choosing, to go along with the criteria that you didn't have to have a formal diagnosis of PTSD?
Certainly, not everyone has a formal diagnosis, because it can take an extremely long time to encourage someone with a mental health condition to seek support. In some cases, it has been 30 years. Other cases of younger veterans, it can still be years. It's a long and fraught process for many families. And so by saying that there has to be a formal diagnosis, we're also limiting participants who can come forward and talk about their experiences.
And
once the diagnosis is given, the damage, the layers
been done.
Are done.
Thank you for that. And you often hear of the critical role that families play in supporting veterans and defence members. Would you like to comment on that statement?
Where do we start? Families provide so much support. Families, and our research and previous research has shown that it's often through the encouragement of the family member, a long journey that the veteran will eventually agree to seek help for mental health issues. Families are the first to recognise that something's wrong. They share the life with the individual. A family knows when something's not right because they can see changes in moods and behaviours. They have a relationship. And so many of our studies have, we've interviewed participants who've said, I saw when he or she changed. There was a very distinct change at this point. Something wasn't right. They didn't know what it was, but they knew that something wasn't right. And it's the family who want the person to recover, to get back to some sense of normality, that encourage and support the help-seeking journey. And help-seeking doesn't stop when a veteran engages with the mental health system. It's ongoing. There's the ongoing encouragement. There's the ongoing support with attending appointments or taking medication. There's ongoing encouragement about finding a purpose. It's that support that keeps the individual going through their recovery journey.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell. Professor Lorne, would you like to add to that?
Well, they're often the emotional barometer as well, particularly when the person has something, like a PTSD or a trauma and is withdrawn from a lot of the usual family activities and life. They're present, but they're not present. So, the family is there, continuing to make sure kids go to school, continuing to make sure the bills get paid, managing the emotional labour of the family unit and the interaction with the outside world. I've met many veteran partners who are navigating, silly day-to-day things like at the supermarket that the person doesn't, blow their head at the shop assistant in the supermarket. They're managing the environment of the person often. Because they're so attuned to themselves and the person in relation to daily life.
And operator, please display, I'll come back to that in a moment, Professor Lorne. I might have some further questions on that. Operator, please display exp.0004.0017.0043. This is a study that you both co-authored with, I think, 4 other authors, and called Why Do You Stay? When you embarked on this study, what did you find in terms of other research that had been done on the topic regarding intimate partners of veteran families?
A lot of the research has been done with partners from very much a clinical perspective, looking at the health issues that the partner has in terms of the veteran's post-traumatic stress. And looking at solutions being clinical in terms of counselling, individual counselling or couple therapy, but very much from a perspective of how the partner's mental health then impacts on the veteran's mental health. So not a lot of research at all looking at the needs and the experiences of the partners.
Professor Lorne?
Yeah, to add, we've had these discussions over a long time, Elaine, and certainly from my perspective, the commitment to do this work was because of the long period of time being in that lived experience sector being surrounded by other carers who were largely parents of adult children with a serious mental illness, and feeling very that something was very different when it was a partner as opposed to a parent. The parents, many were very much co-opted into surveillance of the person, co-opted into compliance adherence mode, talking not intentionally, but talking about the person as the object of care rather than this being a relationship. And there was certainly a sense that partners often were not people who joined a lot of the support groups. And why was that? And, we had a lot of hunches, obviously, but that there was something different. There's something that was not appealing to the usual carer rhetoric for partners. And this particular study, one of the dominant findings was around this sense of the surreal, this navigating two worlds. And as I'd said earlier, the person is a carer, but this is their husband, this is their wife, this is their partner. They can't use that language of caring. And it was a commitment to the relationship. They're not in this role because they want to be a carer and they have some sort of altruistic or self-need to feel valued or, whatever, as a, reaffirming that, they're a good person. They're in this because they married this person or they're committed to this person beyond their mental illness.
Thank you, Professor Lorne. You have touched on this now where you said about families in relationship, and in your families study, you say families are relational. Can you tell the commissioners what you mean by that?
So, I think some of those things that I've just mentioned, it's a sharing. So it's not all one way. It's an interaction that the person has because it's an intimacy. It's a relationship that the person has. They have a vested interest in not just, it's not a series of tasks that the family, those things are there. They're performing, they're prompting, the functional things, making sure the bills get paid, other things happen in the person's life, etc., as Elaine has explained as well. But it's a two-way process that the person is seeking because it is a relationship that they want to have with that person. So the trouble is if I'm only seen for the tasks that I provide, then the services only see me as that. I'm invisible for my own needs as a family member. I'm not allowed to have mental health issues because I'm just a source of information to be reported to the services, or if they even ask me. But there's so much that I want to tell them about the person because I'm in a relationship with the person. I have such important knowledge about their day-to-day and how they respond to the ups and downs and flow of life that are really important to their mental health management, the things that trigger them, the things that are strengths for them, the things about them that they can draw on that very rarely get asked of the person, helping them find the words, because I know the person, I'm in a relationship with them.
Thank you, Professor Lorne. Dr. Waddell, did you want to add anything about this concept of families as relational?
Only just to say that from our studies, what's come out really strongly is that striving for the relationship, that wanting to retain the relationship that is underneath the mental illness. It's underneath the care that's provided. It's the relationship that for a lot of them they had before the mental illness struck. And that is so important, and we mustn't lose sight of that.
And Dr. Waddell, in that paper, and I'll ask this to you if that's okay, it states, and perhaps operator, on that same page that you're on at the moment, if you could just expand the second paragraph down the bottom of that page. Thank you. On that first page, intimate partners play. And it says in the paper that social support, in particular support by the intimate partner, is a mitigating factor in the development of PTSD, in help seeking, and in treatment outcomes. And I want to address each one of those three factors, if I can use that word. And firstly, I'd like to ask, when you say mitigating, are you saying that it's a protective factor, that it reduces the risk of those three factors?
Certainly from the studies that we've cited, yes. That has been found in other studies.
And so if I can ask a question on each of them, the mitigation or the protective factor over the development of PTSD, what does that mean?
Yes. How to explain it?
If I can maybe ask it this way, Dr. Waddell, I know it's a very big, it's a big question, and so perhaps if I do this to assist you, how do families assist in the mitigation of the development of PTSD?
Once again, that's probably a question that I'm going to find hard to answer, because the studies we've cited have addressed that question. And I'm thinking back to studies that we cited in the past. So yeah, I'm just finding it a little bit hard to answer the question, because I think the question is a bit of a clinical question.
And Professor Lorne, did you want to attempt to answer that question in terms of mitigation?
Certainly, families can do a lot to alleviate, just by the practical aspects of helping the person process all the various things around treatments and care that are provided to them. So, just all those practical things around linking them and getting them, prompting them, helping support them to ensure that they maintain any therapies, any contact with providers, all those practical things are clearly going to play a role in mitigating the ongoing levels of distress that people have with PTSD. I think the other important thing that families, because they know the nuanced nature of how the person expresses their PTSD, and they know the history, so people don't come as empty vessels to PTSD. They often have previous experience and accumulation. We know that from UK studies, for example, that there's a high rate of child sexual abuse and trauma for female veterans who then go on to develop problems with PTSD. So people don't come as empty vessels, and the family know, because they're in may usually be in a long-term relationship, and so they know the person's history, and so they know, it's that flow of putting it together with the person, sitting down with the person, relating, empathising, understanding that history that can help the person make sense of their experience and therefore mitigate the impacts.
And
Remind the person of the things beyond being a soldier. Remind them of the person that they are and the life they are, and nurture the, if there are children, if there are other interests. The family does many things.
And in terms of mitigating, sorry, Professor Lorne, I'm not sure if you were saying something then, but in terms of mitigating help seeking, can you unpack that term help seeking and tell the commissioners what's meant by help seeking, and then perhaps talk about how families can mitigate that?
Yeah, the interesting, frustrating thing about this whole area is that people are expected to help seek at the time that they probably have the least ability and resources to do so, when they're in heightened distress, often because the systems, people's issues are bubbling away, unrecognised, undisclosed, and moving to the point of crisis sometimes before they actually, before it becomes apparent. And it's a time when, for some people, they can't even find the words. So often, and I know this because I've sat in emergency departments actually helping my husband find the words because he can't articulate them. He's in such distress. So, there is an example from one of our recent studies where the wife is on the phone and she's ringing the service, begging them to make a referral for him. And they're saying, no, it has to be him. He has to speak on the phone. And she's saying, but he can't. He's on the floor in a fetal position. He can't come to the phone right now. So, there's practical aspects of what families can do, which are incredibly important in the help-seeking process.
Thank you, Professor Lorne. Dr. Waddell, would you like to add anything about help seeking and the families being a protective factor or mitigating that?
Probably just through the fact that they, for a family member, the importance is that person's recovery and that person getting help, and so that for them to get that person help, it means that their own distress is also mitigated. So I think we have another study called Their Pain is Our Pain. Family members feel that distress. So it's incredibly important to them to get help for the veteran because it helps the entire family and it alleviates the distress on the entire family when the help-seeking process works. But as we've said before, help-seeking is incredibly fraught. It's a long and complex process.
And I can probably add, when we were recruiting people for this particular study, I did actually have people ring me and said, you should do a study about the people that can't stay, the people that have, the relationships ended because of the levels of stress and conflict that I just couldn't take it anymore. And we know that the rates of, family separation and divorce particularly in this group, after a long period of struggling to find help, to convince the person that help was needed.
And we'll come back to the concept of help seeking, and we'll come back to some of your findings around that, particularly your family's experiences studies. In terms of mitigating, in terms of treatment outcomes, and you've touched a little bit on this in terms of what happens to a family when they're in distress, but what can be some of the benefits in terms of treatment outcomes if the family is well supported?
All the things that the health professionals say the person should do happen, would be the short answer. And the thing is, the person will often say, yes, 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 I will do that, that, and this. And then when they leave that consultation, if what the health provider has suggested doesn't match the person's lived reality at home, then often a lot of those suggestions, recommendations don't actually happen. And they can be as simple as getting to that next appointment, because the days can become a blur and things get missed. A lot of family members are fantastic personal assistants. They keep the diary. They make the practical things happen often. So that's on a practical level. But they're important to be in the room so that there's a much more full picture of what's going on. Because sometimes it's, I'm fine, thanks, everything's been okay since we last saw you, but no, it hasn't been.
And when you say room, do you mean in the health professional's room, whether that be doctor, psychiatrist, social worker?
Yeah. And so when there's a three-way partnership where the family member is respectful too of the person, and where they can all talk and share and problem solve and work out how they proceed together, it works incredibly well for all concerned, because the person is able to reach out when they need to. They don't, they're not bearing it alone.
And what happens if the family can't cope or falls apart? How does this impact on the individual, the defence member or the veteran? How does it impact on that person?
Well, a lot of the practical things can disintegrate very quickly, particularly because we know, initial withdrawal is really quite significant for many veterans. Particularly, I know from the evaluation of the wellbeing and support program I did for DBA, many of those veterans had just simply withdrawn. They'd gone off the radar and were no longer engaging in any professional help seeking or appointments at all. So they were inside their house, and no one would have known if they didn't knock on the door and go in. Because there are many, we can have as much website information where it's all there, all you have to do is go and find it. Well, no, some people need someone to walk through the door and walk out the door with them and walk alongside them to do these things. And at the moment, it's often family that are the glue that do that.
Dr. Waddell, do you have any views or opinions on what can happen to the individual who's experiencing the mental health symptoms if the family is not coping or not supported adequately?
No, I suppose once again from the research, we have spoken to partners who have left for a short time because they've been unable to stay, and often this has been early before a formal diagnosis, when the mood and behaviours have just been too difficult to put up with, but have gone back. Mainly because the person hasn't coped. It's a very difficult area.
And in one of your studies, you talk about I was going to come to this later, but I think it might be appropriate now. You talk about a tipping point. And would you like to comment on this idea of the tipping point?
A tipping point can often mean a crisis. So it's either a crisis within the family, and it can be a crisis such as the partner threatening to leave, maybe because of the children, wanting to protect the children if the behaviour has got really bad. And cited behaviour can be, excessive drinking, violence, verbal abuse. And that can be the threat to leave can be the tipping point for help seeking finally. Or it can be a crisis where there's been yet another incident which has added to the trauma that the veteran's experiencing, and they have an episode where it's clear that mental health help is needed. And we have found that with veterans that, that this long journey to help seeking, it is often that there is some sort of crisis that is the tipping point.
It's often that point where the surreal two worlds that the family is living in can no longer be reconciled. The private world and the public face are just too far apart for the family. They can no longer tolerate all the face that they have to put on for the outside world in that, but also they recognise that something has to change here. It's a coping issue.
And can the crisis also be the person's deterioration in mental health?
Yeah. Particularly, there were examples of people we spoke to where it became obvious that, it became a threat to the person's employment, etc., that it was no longer hidden, that even the person was, the family member could say to the person, a lot is going on here, but this has reached a point where you have to do something because this means your job, this means, many other things for the person, and the person recognises it in that sense as well.
And what is your research or studies that you may have read about help seeking? What has that told you about how good or not so good a defence member or veteran is at seeking help? What does the research indicate on that?
I think you've probably already had a lot of people talk to you about the organisational, cultural concerns across the different services, issues around that people have learned that it's not a good thing to actually come forward necessarily. It jeopardises your career, the image that is, you risk in becoming a soldier. It doesn't fit the criteria to show weakness, to be struggling, to have identity as an individual. It's all about the service and the role as a soldier. So, and then, issues around confidentiality and breaches, being dismissed, being stigmatised when you do come forward. Accepting, that's the end of your career or your prospects of promotion. There are many things I'm sure many people have already spoken about, and they're the same things that families hold those concerns as well for the person. It's an issue of trust as well.
And Dr. Waddell, would you like to make a comment about help seeking and from your research or studies that you've read on how easy it is for a defence member or a veteran to seek help?
Not easy at all, because of all the things that Sharon's just mentioned. That their self-identity, that the sense of stoicism, the sense of being a soldier, and the threats that mental health then has to the way they perceive themselves and the way they think others will perceive them. So the literature is fairly consistent on it being a lot harder for a veteran to seek help for those reasons. You know, the whole issue of that, the cultural identity.
Professor Lorne, would you like to say anything more about perhaps the benefits of seeking help for the individual and the family?
Clearly, there are real benefits because, there are a lot of breakup of relationships and consequences for particularly for children where they're present in these families as well. We've certainly described vicarious trauma that occurs when there's long cumulative sort of living with this and the acute episodes as well. So help seeking, when they get the right care, the right treatment, the right support, when they're working as a really good collaborative partnership with the person, the family, absolutely, people can really, really manage this. We've seen it. We've had examples of it from some of the people we've spoken with, where finally, after a very long period, they found, the one, a therapist of some sort or health professional, doctor or whatever, that they can trust, they can relate to. It's such a relief for the families. Not a relief when that person moves on and then they have to start all over again at worrying about finding in amongst the labyrinth of health systems people who would actually understand and work and listen and work with the person.
When you say person moving on, you're talking about the treating professional moving on, not the partner. Is that right?
Yeah. No, the treating professional.
And you're both currently in the process of having 2 papers published. They remain unpublished, but you've informed the Royal Commission that you can speak about the findings and the purpose of those studies. Operator, could you please display exp.0004 0017.0091. And this is a study on families' experience of supporting Australian veterans and emergency service first providers to seek help for their mental health. And the other one is on families' experience of moral injury. And if we have time, we'll come to the second study as well. This is the first study. Could you please tell the commissioners what the objective of this study was or is?
We wanted to unpack this in a more, not just as a, often in research you capture a single moment in time or you speak to people once. We want to sit down with them at length and look across the life course of that process of help seeking. For people, I think that was probably one of the main things that drove us. We wanted to understand, to see what the clues were about what was happening earlier. Could we understand and get clues to things that could be done earlier? What was going wrong? Why was it all happening so late? Given our previous studies were all about, that the horse had already bolted for a lot of these people. They were, the complex mental health issues and the family distress was well and truly embedded. So we wanted to know what is it? What's the resource within the family system that potentially is of value to understand? Because there might be clues about what we can do sooner.
And in the study, and I'll just ask the operator to remove the study off the screen in the hearing room. Thank you. In that study, you say high levels of social and family support were associated with better levels of well-being, resilience, and improved long-term mental health. Can you speak to that?
Elaine, you'd like to go?
I'm just trying to find the part in the study, actually. This is as a finding, is it?
It says, unfortunately, I can't display it because obviously it's a confidential
Yes.
document, so I can't display it, but we can come back to it. Perhaps while you're looking for that, Dr. Waddell, Professor Lorne, if I can ask you this, the study identified a number of themes, and I'd like to ask you questions about each of those themes if I can. The first one was that the job is different, and that there are higher levels of emotional support required for families who are living with a veteran or a first responder. Can you speak about the theme, the job is different?
Yeah. So what we, in talking with people and hearing what they said, it was obvious that there were many people that just, they were either, they were in the relationship before the person became a member of the military, or there were people that didn't really have much sense of what they were, what the role entailed, what it would mean, what the consequences would mean for the family. That initial sort of it's a very different role. Most of us, we sit at a desk. We don't go out and our main goal is to learn how to kill the enemy. It's a different role. Clearly, it's going to shape different attitudes and views about the person. The requirements of the role can be very different, and families, we discovered, are not prepared for how that's going to shape and change the person.
And who should be helping them to prepare?
Oh, well, our belief and argument is that, families, before the person even signs up, that not just them, but also the people that are going to be their main supports during their service, but also after their service, need to have a very good understanding. Because, as we know, a lot of the people that I spoke to in the Wellbeing and Support Program, they just assume this is going to be my career. This is what I signed up for. I'm absolutely committed to this for life. But then, 7 years down the track, they are medically discharged and they didn't have a plan B necessarily. So then they start to flounder because they and the people around them were not prepared for any of these contingencies that may absolutely be part of their journey.
But if I can just go back to, thank you for that, Professor, but I just want to go back to, who do you think should be providing that? Should the Australian Defence Force be including families and educating families about the job and what it entails?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think there's absolutely a core role for the employer, i.e., the military, ADF, to not only inform the person about what they're getting into, which they learn very quickly, but also the family. They're part of becoming the role is that they're separated from those natural supports in many ways, taken out and then at the end of service, then put back in. But, we believe that there's absolutely more that the families need to be aware of so that they know how to help along the journey. Families just want to know how to help. That's why they don't want to be excluded. They want to know that they're not going to do the wrong thing. They want to know that what they're doing is not going to cause more distress or harm.
Dr. Waddell, did you want to add anything to that about the job is different and also about what families should be getting in terms of support when a person joins the Australian Defence Force?
Yes, well, just to reinforce, certainly what we found was a strong commitment of the family to the job. It's not just the veteran or the serving member who serves, it is the family as well. And the family are committed to that and committed to supporting the veteran in serving. Certainly families need to be, provided with education and information so they know what they're getting into. And one of the things that came out of the recent research as well, and has come out of other research studies, is that families, particularly partners, may often feel that any changes they see in the veteran could be due to them. They tend to blame themselves initially. What's wrong? What's wrong with our relationship? So it's having that education and information to know that because of the job, that there could be issues, mental health issues that come out, understanding that and then knowing how to encourage the veteran to seek help and what the resources are for the veteran to seek help.
And thank you, Dr. Waddell. The other themes that your study has found, and one of them is families' critical role in supporting help seeking is ignored by professionals. Can you perhaps please tell the commissioners about that theme that was identified in the study?
That came out quite strongly through a number of examples where families had tried to, find health professionals. I think a couple of examples of one was a partner being told by a psychiatrist that, it was nothing to do with her, what was happening with the veteran. Not being included, like families, particularly partners, want to be included as partners in care. And we know from research that there are better outcomes when families are included as partners. So being given information, we obviously with consent, but being given information not only about what the mental health issues are, but what the medications that might be prescribed are, what the side effects might be, and being asked how things are going at home. Are there impacts of the medication that the partner is seeing? But also being asked how they're going, how they're travelling, whether they have support needs. And we found from all the studies that that's just not happening. That in some cases partners are seen as a bit of an annoyance with health providers. Other cases they're completely ignored. They might be seen as the person who brings the veteran to the mental health appointment, but nothing more. So that we've found quite strongly, and we've also found that with employing organisations. I have an example of a partner who spent a long time trying to convince management in the ADF that her veteran was having major issues at home. The veteran was managing to hide issues at work, but was assessed by work psychologists as being okay. the partner just wasn't being listened to. The partner was dealing with anger, quite, severe mood changes at home, which was having an impact on the children, and was getting extremely frustrated at trying to get the workplace to understand what was happening in their family and just not being listened to. And that's not an uncommon story in organisations.
Dr. Waddle, if I can, I'll come to you in a moment, Professor Lorne. I just want to pick up on something, Dr. Waddell, that you said about the research has shown about better outcomes. Do you recall saying that? Can you tell the commissioners what are those better outcomes?
Where the family is involved? Yes. Well, better outcomes because the family is then a partner, and so that the health providers have a much better understanding of how recovery is going. Don't forget that when a person goes for mental health treatment, it's an hour, or if it's an inpatient admission, it might be a few days, but life is lived at home. And if that family is included, then the communication is going to be a lot better. The family are going to understand what the mental health treatment plan is, and how to respond to that. And the health provider is also going to understand what's happening in the home environment, and the treatment plan can be adapted, it can be discussed with the with the individual and the family if it needs to be adapted.
And is there ultimately the better outcome for the person's mental health in that process?
I would think so.
Professor Lorne?
Yeah. I think the problem with a lot of the current service provision is that it treats the person in a silo, narrow corridor of being an individual without recognising that it's, that they live with connection to others. So, and part of that is that the consequence of everything that occurs or any decision that is made within that narrow silo of treatment, it's not just it's not just impacting the veteran, it's actually impacting everyone else at home. So, when there's a medication change, for example, that the family member may never be aware of, but then they have to actually, contact the ambulance or whatever when the person has had some sort of adverse reaction. But they were never told that there was a change in that medication, and they were never informed about what to look for and to help if something went wrong. It's common sense. They bear the consequence of decisions that are made because they're part of the lived part of the person's life, where they're operationalising all of those, or not operationalising all of those treatment recommendations or suggestions or psychosocial elements. They're invisible to the services. It's like the head separated from the body. Who do they think actually helps the person follow through on many of these things?
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Waddell, did you want to add anything more to that?
No, thanks.
Thank you. And one of the other themes was about barriers to seeking help. Can you talk about what are some of the barriers to help seeking for defence members and veterans? One of the barriers is finding a provider that the veteran can trust. And we know that developing trust is really important in any therapeutic relationship. And, often this barrier of trust can be related
to not really understanding the nature of military service and of military culture. That's very clearly one of the barriers. And the other barriers are, what we found, within the person themselves. So it's that stoicism, that not wanting to be seen as weak, or the threats to one's self-identity of seeing oneself as weak. And with current serving, obviously, you know, the perception that it could threaten their career.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell. In your study, you referred to this term, a life course approach. And can you please tell the commissioners what you mean by this? And this is taken from a quote taken from the study. Time and time again, family members told us they want and need a family-focused approach to care. Can you please tell the commissioners what is meant by a family-focused approach to care and what that would look like?
That's including recognising that an individual is within a family. The individual does not is not to be seen in isolation from the social surroundings. So the individual exists within a family. The family exists within a social, cultural, political environment. You know, people as individuals exist within a number of environments of work, social support, etc. So a family-focused approach is looking at the needs of the family, not just the individual, not just treating the individual, but treating the individual as part of that family.
And Professor Lorne, the concept life course approach, can you comment on that?
I think, you know, the elements of that for me is that it's very easy to see, particularly within this sector, to see the person only as the soldier identity. Whereas in the life course approach with the family, they hold all these other identities. They are a parent, a son, a daughter, a sibling. When you include those other identities that we all have, you actually give the person a capacity to see beyond the military transition issues as well. You see the strengths as well that come from those other relationships and identities that the person has. You help them reconnect with some of those identities. I think that's one of the important roles that families do. They see them as a veteran, but they also see them as a person because they see them in a context that's broader than that defined role. They see them within a family.
And what can organisations like the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defence, what can they do better with respect to families? What do you think they can do better?
I think, you know, it's a challenge because when people join the military, they are very systematically stripped of those other identities as part of the making of the soldier. And it's like, you know, it's like the UFO picks them up and then drops them back several years later into their community. But that's fraught. You know, it's fraught because people's identity is central to their mental health and well-being. And particularly as many of these people join the military when they're actually just forming a lot of that critical identity in their late teens and early 20s. They're finding themselves. So to then be dropped back into the community, it's a real struggle to understand who they actually are. And so it's little wonder that some of them have this real crisis of identity. and withdraw because they're floundering. So what can happen along the way is that they're, I don't know, it's because they're trained to be a soldier. It's an incredibly important role, and there are limits to how family friendly being out on deployment. Clearly, it's a clear role, but helping the person just maintain that connection with things that are other than just the absolute narrowness of one identity. I don't know how that could be done, but there's something there that's important that people don't lose because it's hard to get it back.
Thank you, Professor Lorne. And Dr. Waddell, what do you think organisations like DVA and Defence can do better with respect to families and possibly family engagement?
Certainly, once again, what's come out through all our studies is the need for acknowledgement and recognition. It's been some participants have been quite distressed and angry at the feelings that they're invisible. They're completely invisible to DVA or Defence, and particularly with Veterans Affairs. So certainly, acknowledging that the family is critical, and recognising that the role of the family is a good step. Families or partners have also talked about their own needs, and they have practical needs as well. Needs to have time out, to have time for themselves, because otherwise they can just, their own identity is often at risk, particularly if the person's mental health has been over a long period of time. It becomes very important to have that time to themselves. And not all partners are able to do that without support, so without practical support.
And I know, apologies, please continue, Dr. Waddell.
No, that's fine.
Would you like to add anything more to that? I know you were about to say something. I didn't mean to cut you off. Please feel free to add to that.
The other issue that's come out quite strongly is the need for specific peer support. So partners will say that that they need to be with people who understand what they're going through and who don't judge them. And being judged has been quite a common theme in our studies. That hence the title of the study, Why Do you stay? Because that's a question that people partners get asked commonly. And it's a question which often displays a lack of understanding of what they're going through. And then there's a judgment associated with that. So peer support is very much an unmet need, but it needs to be peer support with people who are going through the same thing. So, partners of veterans need partners of veterans, for example, because they understand. And they can offer advice, they can help each other. There's a whole lot of benefits to that sort of peer support.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell. I have located, earlier I asked you about high levels of social and family support and the association with well-being and resilience. And I found that, and I would like, this will be my final question, and then I'll ask the commissioners if they've got any questions for you. It's on page 4 of the unpublished manuscript of Help Seeking, the family's experiences of Australian veterans in help seeking. It's on page 4, and I'll read it again. I would like you both to provide a final comment on that. High levels of social and family support were associated with better levels of well-being, resilience, and improved long-term mental health. Can you please comment on that? Professor Lorne, would you like to comment on that?
So when the families that had, particularly the people, some of the families we spoke to, the family members had been ex-members themselves. So they understood quite deeply the nuances of the cultural aspects. They didn't have to then place too much undue expectation on answers to the person. They didn't, there was less conflict because they understood, they had an inside understanding of what the person may be able to articulate or not be able to articulate. So they were already on the front foot of understanding, having clues about what might be going on here, what the person might be struggling with, the pressures that they might be under. So that creates an environment, obviously, where the person is more able to disclose and talk about what's going on for them, and to also, maintaining the issue around resilience. Families are very good at reminding the person about and being there and creating the environment in which other quality things can happen in the person's life that are there that the person may not see because they're so consumed with the pressures of what they're experiencing. So, families are time out. They're a respite from those things. They can be equally demanding, particularly when the person is expected to have responsibilities at home as well as in their role. But there are many, families help the person see that they are more than that identity. I keep going back to it. But, within that realisation is some of the clues for how people can move beyond this, helping people see hope that things can be different is really important as part of that. And we know hope is really important for mental health recovery.
Thank you, Professor Lorne. Dr. Waddell, do you want to provide any further comments on that?
No, I think Sharon's covered that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waddell. Commissioners?
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you both for your evidence this morning and for really highlighting how important families are to supporting the role of our current serving and former defence members, but also for highlighting how overlooked this issue often is. I have a few questions. The first one is you talked in part about the importance of family perhaps being involved even at the time of signing, a defence member signing up, and then during and after service. Do you have any thoughts about how that could best occur? Starting with recruitment, I guess, at that sign-on stage.
I think, just the level of information, the type of information is, it's reasonably superficial, is my understanding at the moment. It's difficult to prepare people for things that might never happen, and you wouldn't want to unduly worry people. It's always a dilemma, I guess. But there are some elements of the cultural aspects, particularly that by including families early, then you would hope that it also then influences more transparency and assurance of, that families feel that, yes, I'm a member of this team, they've given me information so that if I notice things that are happening, I know that these are the people that I can go to. I can trust that this person that this service, this organisation, they said that I could come to them, and this is how I know how to do that. That there's clear structures and pathways to do that. That there's not roadblocks. That families are clear and know what to do when they do actually start noticing things, because they will notice them ahead of everyone else.
Yeah. Thank you. Could I also ask? You talked about that perhaps you need to do a study on those who aren't able to stay in a relationship, and certainly we have heard accounts at previous hearings of circumstances where a partner had to leave the relationship but still considered themselves to be the partner and very much the family member. But it seems that currently most, if not all, services and supports seem to be cut off for partners who leave. Do you have any views about, what could happen better in that space to support that kind of a circumstance?
I think even though they've left the relationship, you're correct. We've met many people who maintain, because it's not that they've stopped loving the person. In fact, they're absolutely, completely still committed to the person, but they just can't live in that environment. And our concern, of course, is that there's incredible guilt that they can sometimes hold as well, particularly if the person does attempt suicide or suicides. That group particularly, I suspect, they're very torn, incredibly torn by the decision to leave, because they absolutely have an in-depth understanding of the private world inside the home and how the person's struggling, but they just, for their own well-being, they just can't remain in it. I think it's a completely missed group. They just, they move out and then they're not seen. And then, I think they're a very vulnerable group because of that extra guilt that they potentially may have. That feeling of guilt that they've let the person down, that they really carry it because they are still committed. Moving on with their own lives be incredibly difficult.
Okay, and I just had one other question which went to the discussion you had around the importance of peer support for partners. And I wondered whether you're aware of any models that offer that to partners of current and former Defence members. I think it's a really important concept. We talk about, peer support all the time, but not so much about peer support for partners. And I just wondered whether there are any existing models that offer that we could have a look at.
I think, people find each other naturally. One of our team colleagues, Tiffany Sharp, established a group called BOMB support, breakup of marriage support, and it's a very it's an informal connecting network of people that find each other that requires just commitment and dedication to bring people together. It's as soon as something becomes a formal service, it can lose some of those elements, and that's the challenge of peer support programs. They can become all about, they can develop bureaucratic elements and lose some of the nub of the value of the peer support. and they also, they can also get captured within a clinical diagnostic lens as well, and that's exactly what you don't want to happen. They happen in the spaces between very well. Overseas there are certainly examples that we know from our Five Eyes partners, where people are coming together. There are group programs where we're quite keen to develop more. Our current project with women veterans and suicide, we're looking at adapting the GEARS program, which was based on the STARE program. That's a peer program for the veterans themselves. But absolutely, they would be equally as valuable, some form of those programs for families that were interested. Peer groups get together for all sorts of reasons. In mental health, some of them, get together for a whinge. It's their time to have a whinge. And that's where I was saying earlier, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have a whinge. I want to go home and I want to have a relationship. It's not just about, that person didn't pay their bill, so I had to pay it, etc. As a parent, there are many things that peers can provide each other. It's just a solace. You don't have to say much. You just step in the room and you know that other people get it. I think that's a really important thing for these veteran families.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Could I follow through on Commissioner Brown's first question about opportunities to involve families? I don't know for sure, but I'd expect that the military would try to involve families in significant events such as a passing out parade from recruit training, or perhaps on deployments. Do you have any knowledge of that yourself?
I guess they're the easy things to involve families in, but they reinforce the military identity, the pride that everyone has in the role. It would be interesting to see whether they would be open to more events that celebrate that the person has managed this role, but they've done it while also being a mother, a father. The importance of the military family. There's the rhetoric around, we are all part of one family in the military, but the way it's described is we are all soldiers together in the military. It's not the person and their family are in the military, which is the actual reality, because families, shuffle around the country when there's changes of location, deployment. They hold the fort when the person's off. There are many things that they're consoling, they're supporting the person while they're away on deployment, through their contact, reassurance, touching base, so the person doesn't have to worry about what's going on at home. So it's more explicit in that the families are part of the team too here, but not just in a sense of reinforcing the agenda of the military, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but do you have any idea about how it could be implemented in practice?
Something that always helps culture is if the leaders themselves actually model the behaviour that they want the service to have. We know that across service research culture generally, that one of the most effective ways that a workforce can feel that they are not separate from the decision making, not separate from the, not disempowered by what occurs when they want to seek help in an organisation, etc., is that they have good role models amongst their managers, their leaders, that are prepared to stand up and share their own, that they're members of families too. What's happening with their family?
So might you expect a commander to invite families to an information session before some significant step is taken in his unit's career, if I can call it that? Okay.
But also be, share some of their own experience.
Okay. Dr. Waddell, do you have any views about that?
No, I agree with Sharon. I think any opportunity to, show the family that there is a partnership and that the military sees there is a partnership, because that's the family's perception. They want to be involved.
Thank you.
So any opportunity that presents itself.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence today as well, and for all you do. I just had one question. You've obviously had a look at the issue of emergency services, first responders, and what happens in that space. And I wondered whether there was any lessons learned or lessons noted you may have out of that environment. And sometimes, I guess, lessons learned can be about what is being done well, but perhaps not what is being done well and what not to do, I guess, in a way. I wondered whether you could draw some comparisons.
Certainly many comparisons, particularly the police force is probably the closest comparison around some of the problematic cultural issues around the help seeking and that separation of the person from the community, that they're developing a value, that they perceive the community in a different way as law enforcers. Whereas, the fire services, for example, the families are very involved often. I have quite a lot of experience of those services, being the daughter of a policeman and a sibling of people who are all fire volunteers. The whole family was involved in that, and so they all understand the process. It's a big area. There are many parallels with the problems that occur for people around the hierarchy of support that they have to navigate to get heard, the rejection issues when they develop mental health problems, etc. The treatment, sometimes quite appalling treatment and lack of support.
Thank you. Dr. Waddell?
I suppose another parallel is that commitment. Partners, families of first responders are committed to the fact that the first responder has a job that's different from many other jobs. They too put their lives at risk, on a daily basis, and their work is unpredictable. The future is unpredictable, and for many partners, every day when the person goes to work, they don't know what's going to happen on that day. So there are certainly, there are similarities across the board.
I've just come from the Emergency Services Foundation forum in Victoria, and a room full of 200 peer support, welfare people who were in the roles but dedicated to peer support, basically. And it was an incredibly energised, supportive model across police, particularly police and fire services. the camaraderie in the military is one thing, but I think there's things that we could learn from those services, particularly around embedded peer support and really developing that much more strongly. Obviously, the chaplaincy role is incredibly powerful and important. I've met some amazing chaplains who serve in the military. We know how important their role is. So the people that walk alongside people, which is fundamentally a key element of peer support, it's that walking alongside, identifying with the person, knowing the living part of it. I think there's a lot more that probably could be done, not just running peer support groups where people can come along to a group program and feel that they're meeting other people that they can identify with. Make it part of the living part of how they're serving, so that their wellbeing is supported as they're going along, not just when things start to go wrong.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Ms. Bridget, any matters arising?
Just one matter, Commissioner, if I may.
Yep.
Professor Lorne and Dr. Waddell, this is arising from some of the questions about the support for families. Do you agree with this proposition that if families are treated by Defence or DVA as part of the Defence member or veteran's support team, their care team, that this in turn can improve the well-being of the Defence member and the veteran?
Absolutely.
Dr. Waddell?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I don't have any other questions.
If there's no other matters arising, then are the witnesses to be excused from their summons to appear?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yep. Okay. And I think we'll adjourn for morning tea.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 11 o'clock. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Morning, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. I call Robert Cornell AO. Mr. Cornell is already in the witness box and he's here in response to a summons, and I ask that he now be administered the oath.
Robert Cornell, do you swear by Almighty God Robert Cornell, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Mr. Cornell, in addition to attending now in response to a summons, you've also received a notice to give a statement from this Royal Commission, and you've prepared a statement in response to that notice, haven't you?
I have, yes.
I'll ask that it be displayed on a screen so that you can identify the first page of it at least. It's EXP 0004 0010 0697.
Can you make that bigger, please? Thank you.
Do you recognise that to be the first part of the first page of the statement you've made in response to a notice issued by this Royal Commission?
Yes, it is.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And that includes the annexed curriculum vitae that you also provided?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, there's a tender bundle for Mr. Cornell, and I'll ask the operator to display the tender list for that bundle. It consists of 10 items on one page, and that will now come up. Now, one of those documents, item 8, is already an exhibit. It's exhibit 16.1.15. So I'm not re-tendering that, but with the exception of that document, I'm tendering the other 9 documents in the list, including Mr. Cornell's curriculum vitae at item 9 and his statement at item 10. The curriculum vitae is a redacted document because it had personal information in it which we're not publishing. And Commissioners, item 7, please note, is a government response to a Senate committee report, so it falls under the ruling given by the Royal Commission in relation to the document on Monday. And I press the tender of that document. And I don't understand there to be any objection to that tender.
No, there's no objection to that document.
I tender the documents in the list.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could I ask the operator to display Mr. Cornell's statement again on page 1 and to expand or magnify the content under heading 1.2, a description of my current position, etc. Thank you, operator. Mr. Cornell, are you able to see what's on the screen? And I can see that you're following from a hard copy of your statement, which is terrific.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I just want to ask you a little bit about your career. And you mentioned there's been 5 phases of your career, including legal practice and then extensive, if I may say so, involvement in legal aid. First as Executive Director and Statutory Secretary of the Law Institute, that is, and then as Managing Director of Victoria Legal Aid, and you were Executive Director and Statutory Secretary of the Law Institute from 87 to 95, and then Managing Director of Victoria Legal Aid from 95 to 99. That's so, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then you had a stint throughout much of the 2000 to 2008 as Secretary of the Commonwealth Attorney General's Department.
Yes, I did.
And since retiring from that position, you've been consulting to the federal government, and you've had a number of important projects. I won't be asking you about your current ones, I will note that you have done work, as you've said, towards the bottom of the magnified section of your statement on the screen as study lead for a advocacy and support services scoping study. Now that relates to advocacy services provided by support organisations for veterans, doesn't it?
It involves all sorts of assistance for veterans, yes.
Thank you. And you also note that in addition to that obviously being relevant to the work of this Royal Commission, you've also got experience in legal aid administration, and implicitly that could be of relevance to this Royal Commission's work as well. Can I just say, Mr Cornell, that the focus of this hearing isn't on those matters, so on this occasion at least I won't be asking you questions about those important roles. You were appointed to be Deputy Chair of the Defence Abuse Response Task Force in about November 2012, is that right?
Correct.
And I'll just ask that a set of terms of reference dated 16 December 2012 in relation to the appointment of the chair of that task force be displayed. That's EXP 0004 0010 0395. And the chair appointed in December 2012, or at least formally the subject of those terms of reference in December 2012, was the Honourable Len Robert Smith, RFD QC. And I don't know if that document's coming up. EXP, thank you, operator, terrific. And that's appointment of task force chair and task force terms of reference. And you're familiar with that document, I take it, Mr Cornell, even though it isn't the instrument formally appointing you, but it was an important foundational document, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And I'll just ask you to comment on a couple of the terms of reference in a minute, but before I do so, I'll just ask you to, in effect, put on the record that your colleagues on that task force, in addition to the chair, Mr Robert Smith, were Susan Halliday AM and Rudy Lammers APM. Is that so?
That's correct.
And in addition, there's another important person to mention. I'm not sure when she was appointed, but Robin Crook AM was appointed the Independent Reparation Payments Assessor. Is that right?
Correct.
And was Miss Crook the assessor throughout the work of the Defence Abuse Response Task Force, or the task force?
From the point that she was appointed, yes,
Yeah.
because we didn't have that structure in place to require her services initially. So I don't recall the date that she was appointed, but from that point on, yes.
From that point on right through to the end?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of Miss Crook's role, and what was the benefit in having Miss Crook alone do all those assessments?
The task force provided a number of outcomes for people who came within the scope of the terms of reference and whose abuse was assessed as plausible. And one of the options they had was to ask for a reparation payment of up to $50,000. And the $50,000 was assessed by the assessor against a graduated scale that, depending on her assessment of the level of abuse, there was a $5,000 payment, a $15,000 payment, $30,000 payment, or a $45,000 payment. And on top of that, in any of those cases, if it was the assessment that the defence personnel had not properly acted in response to the abuse, that there could be a further payment of $5,000, which meant that the maximum payment could be $45,000 plus $5,000 to get to the $50,000. The advantage of having Ms Crook do all of these matters was that she was able to work her way through a very large number, which is mentioned specifically in the reports that have been produced by the task force, and therefore bring some internal consistency to what are otherwise complex and largely subjective or to some extent, subjective assessments. And she was also a very senior person in government and very well qualified for that sort of role.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. I'll come back and give you a chance to go over those figures a little later in the session. Why was the task force called?
The Minister for Defence at that time was Stephen Smith, and he was sufficiently concerned about abuse in defence to appoint the law firm DLA Piper to call for people to report to that law firm their experience with abuse in defence. And as a result of its report, he decided that the government's response should be to establish the task force.
Thank you. And I'll ask the operator to go back to, I beg your pardon, no, while we're on the terms of reference, I'll just ask you to comment on paragraph Roman 1, a little lower down the page, please, operator. That's a foundational term of reference, picking up the findings of the review that you just mentioned, Mr. Cornell?
That's correct.
And is it the case that the material from that review was handed over into the custody of the task force?
You're going back now 8 years, and at that time, as a member of what was called the leadership group, my role, along with the other two members, was to advise and support the chair. The chair was effectively full-time and had full executive authority similar to the managing director of the operation. The reason I'm putting all this to you is that we certainly got information from the task force. Whether any of it was excluded on confidentiality or other grounds, I just don't know.
Yep.
But we then called, in any event, for people to formally make a complaint to the task force, and that was what we then acted on.
Thank you. And there's a reference to a date there that the complaints in question, complaints of sexual or other forms of abuse by defence personnel, are complaints that are alleged to have occurred, that is, the abuse is alleged to have occurred prior to 11 April 2011, the date of the announcement of the DLA Piper review. And that date was, in effect, a time limit as regards the subject matter of what the task force could consider. Is that right?
That is correct. We were able to assess complaints of abuse at any time in defence prior to 11 April 2011. And it was essential to have a cut-off date for receiving new complaints, because otherwise there would be no time to actually investigate them and determine outcomes for those complainants.
Okay. Now, as a separate matter, procedurally speaking, there were also time limits on the making of a complaint. So as compared with the timing of the subject matter of the complaint, there was an administrative time limit placed on the making of a complaint. And generally, there was I believe, a deadline for making a complaint of 31 May 2013. But there was an exception eventually recognised later in the work of the task force for women wishing to lodge a complaint alleging abuse at the Australian Defence Force Academy in the period 91 to 98 of 15 September 2015. Is that right, Mr.
Yes,
Corn?
that's correct.
Thank you. Now, just back on the terms of reference, term of reference 2 picks up 2 specific concerns of presumably of government about abuse at the Australian Defence Force Academy, or ADFA, and abuse at a base known as HMAS Lewin. And paragraph 3 of the terms of reference picks up complaints of abuse without limitation to those locations. And it was your understanding, I take it, Mr. Cornwall, that the work of the task force wasn't limited to any particular locations. It would be to act on or receive and act on complaints generally.
That is correct.
Thank you. And there's a term of reference, paragraph 6, which I'll just ask you to note, because I will come back to it right at the end of this session, and it's liaising with, in effect, various officials on the implications of the work of the task force for a strategy known as Defence's Pathway to Change. Now, I'm not going to tax you with very detailed questions about that, but I'll ask you about section 6 of the final report. And there's also a requirement in these initial terms of reference at paragraph 8 over the page, please, operator, to provide various reports, quarterly in fact, but to provide a report by October 2013 on the continuation of the work of the task force after an initial 12-month period and related matters. And there was an establishment phase, I take it, from late 2012 into about May 2013, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And we have an information sheet, DVA, I'll ask the operator to just quickly display this, DVA.5010.001.2250, and this information sheet appears to be dated shortly after May 2013 or thereabouts, and it's reporting on the establishment phase of the task force's work. And if we go over the page, please, operator. There's a report on what has been done to a point in about March 2013. And I won't ask you to read it all out or anything, Mr. Cornwall, but it appears that some of the important things that had occurred by this date included the establishment of a restorative engagement conference framework. And you speak at length about this in your statement, and I will be asking you quite a few questions about that. Restorative Engagement Program is the name of that document. And identification of Australia-wide counselling services and development of the Defence Abuse Reparations Scheme and Guidelines. Those are noteworthy matters. At this point, the task force has also developed and staffed an organisation of over 100 personnel. And in the end, in your statement, you mentioned a figure of 150 personnel at one point. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, the highest level of the staff reached was around 150 full-time equivalent officers.
Thank you.
Just before we leave the terms of reference, can I just point out one thing to the Commission?
Let's go back to that, please, operator.
I want to talk about subparagraph Roman numerals 3.
EXP 000400100395.
At that initial point in November, December 2012, it was really not clear what the task force was going to do and what outcomes it was going to offer and how it was going to address the government's expectation that we could provide some outcomes for the people who'd been abused. And you can see that when you read that paragraph, because it says the task force is to determine in close consultation with those who have made complaints appropriate actions in response to those complaints. And the task force designed the outcomes to offer, and that paragraph left us not only the scope to do it, but also the obligation to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Cornwall. And an element of that was restorative engagement, which I understand to have been a pioneering measure. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yep. Now, thank you, operator. We can put the terms of reference away, and we'll go now again to Mr. Cornell's statement, EXP 2004. Thank you. And we'll go to page 2, page 0698, page 2, about 1/3 of the way down the page. And you've given us a pithy reference there in the second paragraph that's apparent on the screen at the moment about the task force's essential purpose. And perhaps you've already done so by taking us to paragraph 3 of the terms of reference, Mr. Cornell. Do you want to just expand at all on what you saw as the task force's essential purpose? And in doing so, if you could explain the scope of what was meant by abuse.
Okay. We always saw our role as a delivery of outcomes to help redress, to the extent that was possible, complainants who had been abused in defence. So this was in effect a service delivery task force. It was not the normal investigative task force where you're charged with investigating an issue and making all sorts of recommendations to remedy any concerns that you uncovered. And I think if you look at our recommendations, there were special concerns about the ADFA cases and the Lewin cases, and they were addressed in separate reports as appeared in your list. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
If you want to canvass the breadth of the meaning of abuse in this context.
We adopted the definition of abuse being physical abuse, or physical assault, sexual harassment, or general harassment or bullying.
Thank you. Now, just going down a little further from the paragraph that's been magnified and going to the next paragraph and the dot points that appear under it, there are 5 types of outcomes that you refer to there. And they are counselling, a reparation payment, a referral to civilian police, a referral to the Chief of Defence Force for administrative, disciplinary or other action, and restorative engagement. And how did it work in practice, Mr. Cornell? Did the availability of one or more of these outcomes really rest in the hands of the complainant after an assessment of eligibility?
Absolutely. This whole thing was driven by what the complainant wanted. Our total focus was on the complainant. And so we specifically developed the plausibility test to avoid the complications and the difficulties of actually delivering an outcome to a complainant that would have arisen had we had to obtain a level of proof to the civil standard, or even worse, proof to the criminal standard. And it was no part of our role to pursue any allegations of abuse against the alleged abuser.
And did those kinds of referral that are mentioned in the 3rd and 4th dot points depend in part on an assessment of the seriousness of the matter on the part of the task force, but also on the consent of the complainant?
Every complainant was allocated a specific case manager who was appropriately trained in dealing with persons who had been subjected to physical abuse or sexual abuse. And that case manager remained that person's sole case manager. And that meant that they could develop a relationship and a trust, which was very important given the abuse that these people had suffered, and meant that they did not have to repeat their often very, very sad stories to officer after officer.
I just asked the operator to expand the part of your report, a big part in the part of your statement where you refer to the importance of this. It's the foot of this current page, please, operator. Please do go on, Mr. Corner. You're explaining.
So the case manager would offer to each complainant these 5 potential outcomes. They could have one of them, they could have none of them, they could have all 5 of them. It was entirely up to them. And for example, in cases where we felt that a person had given some pretty credible evidence of a serious sexual assault, it was not our role to refer this matter to police. We would advise the complainant that if they wanted us to do so, in those circumstances we would. But if they didn't, it was not our job to go against those instructions. And quite a few people first started with applying for a reparation payment because that was pretty non-controversial, didn't involve them to do more than simply make the application. But progressively, they would ask for more. And so we dealt with whatever they asked us to do. And indeed, I'm sure at times the case managers encouraged them to think very carefully before they rejected some of these outcomes. And by and large, well, not a lot of them wanted their matters referred to the police, and a lot of them took a long time to come to the decision to apply to take part in the restorative engagement program, because that did mean being in the same room, in most cases, occasionally by video, with a senior representative of the Defence Force. And that was something that some people did not want to do. No. Some people decided after a lot of thought that they were able to do it. In occasional cases, the case manager would recommend against it because the case manager's view, based on experience in rape crisis centres and all sorts of other community areas where they dealt with people who were abused, that this person was really not going to be able to cope with it.
So these case managers presumably were qualified in trauma-informed case management, were they?
I can't answer that specifically because I wasn't involved in their engagement, but the general proposition is that they all had training in trauma-informed care, and a lot of them had years of experience, as I say, in women's help centres, in rape crisis centres, in other areas dealing with people who'd been abused one way or another.
Yes. And over the page, from the point where we're currently looking at your statement on page 3, you've summarised the administrative and related arrangements for the task force.
Yep.
Using the name or the acronym DART, which is commonly used. And you refer to some important aspects of these arrangements concerning the separation of information from defence, so that defence didn't have any access to the information that was received by DART. In the last bullet point, you refer to an interface or a way of obtaining information from defence, but you note that that avenue for receiving information from defence was itself a small defence secretariat which was required to deal with the task force's inquiries and their possible implications in strict confidence.
Absolutely. There was a defence secretariat set up as our contact point, and if we wanted information, we would ask the secretariat and they would get that information for us. Obviously, it was a lot of the time involving defence records and things like that, because, for example, one of the things we used as a test of plausibility was to determine that the alleged abuser and the complainant were at the same base at the time the alleged abuse took place. But the Secretariat was required to keep this information in strict confidence. But in addition to that, we were very careful not to actually give them any indication, to the extent that it was possible for us to do this, about alleged abusers or what the abuse was. So we kept that information very much to the task force, and it was only the most minimum information that we gave through to the Secretariat.
So,
sorry, can I just add that,
yes, of course,
that the case managers themselves treated the information they got from a particular complainant in pretty much the same level of strict confidence. So we did not, as a leadership group, discuss the individual circumstances of particular cases or individual allegations about particular persons in defence or alleged abusers. There was no need for us to do that. Our role was to administer a process through the case managers and the various outcomes we offered once they were assessed as plausible, and that's what we did.
Thank you. Now, I'm in a sense skipping right to the end of the task force's work, but I'm just going to ask the operator to display a summary of outcomes from the first page of the final report. So that's number 8 in the tender list, EXP 0003 0013 0053. And if we go to paginated page 1, page 0065, that is, there's in effect the raw figures for the various forms of outcome that you outlined earlier, Mr. Cornell, in the bottom third or bottom half of the page under outcome summary. And didn't want this to be a memory test for you, Mr. Cornell, but the figures there, they accord with your recollection, I assume.
I wrote this report, so I stand by everything that's in it.
Thank you. And we're talking about a very large piece of work, that's clear. There were 2,439 complaints, of which 1,751 were assessed as within scope and plausible. Can I just, by reference to a passage in your statement where you quote from the chair, I'll just get you to explain the plausibility test, which you've already referred to, and the importance of that in the work done by the task force. If we go back to Mr. Cornell's statement for a moment, please, operator. And that's EXP 204 0010 0697. We go to page 4, page 0700, at the bottom third of the page. You say that under the heading 2.4, evidentiary threshold of plausibility, you say the adoption of that threshold of plausibility, the adoption of this test instead of a higher standard of proof, was a key factor in enabling the task force to assess, process and complete its handling of 2,439 complaints, of which 1,751 were within scope and plausible in a little over 3 years. And perhaps that's self-evident why that's so, in the sense that it would have been harder and therefore more time-consuming to assess complaints if the standard of proof were higher. Is that a correct interpretation of that statement?
Well, yes, I think so, but you would also, I suspect, have run into issues of procedural fairness and so forth about whether you had to at least test the allegations put by the complainant against the alleged abuser, if in fact anyone knew who the alleged abuser was. So we decided that our task was to deliver outcomes, and so we avoided that question by developing the plausibility test.
Yep. And then you quote from the chair, the original chair,
Yes.
before you became the chair,
Yes.
the Honourable Len Roberts-Smith, and you quote from him giving a speech at a conference as to the need for such a test. And in addition to those procedural matters and practical matters, the chair also refers to the impact on, well, I'll leave it to you to describe it, but the difficulties presented to the process by the impacts that will have been felt by people who have lived with abuse for many years.
Sorry, I'm just not quite sure what you're asking me to do.
Well, there seem to be some other reasons that Mr. Roberts-Smith outlined for the adoption of the plausibility test.
Yes, I mean, well, what he does is list every difficulty that you would have to overcome if you went to a higher level of proof, irrespective of what the basis of it is. And I think anyone with experience in this area of dealing with people who've been significantly assaulted and in rape cases and so on, particularly when you know that, there's other things about alcohol and drug addiction and psychological illness and so on, and would know that all of those would have made it impossible.
Yes, thank you. We'll go back to the outcomes on page 1 of the final report. That's at EXP 003 0013 00. Beg pardon. Yes, 0053 at page 1 0065. In the bottom half of the page under outcome summary. And focusing back on the very large number of complaints and the large proportion of those complaints that were assessed as within scope and plausible, you then, Mr. Cornell, in the report go on to identify that almost all really of the complaints that were identified as within scope and plausible resulted in a reparation payment. 1,723 complainants received such a payment. And then you refer to the other outcomes. Now, those other outcomes aren't attended by numbers that are quite as high, but they're still quite significant. And they speak for themselves, but I'll just read them into the record for those and for those listening at home. 577 complainants received counselling, 715 complainants participated in the Restorative Engagement Program, of which more in a minute. And there were 133 complainants whose matters were referred to police for possible criminal investigation and prosecution, and a similar number referred to the Chief of Defence Force for consideration of possible administrative or disciplinary action. Now, it wasn't any part of the task force role, was it, to follow up on the outcomes of those referrals?
No, it wasn't.
No. I want to ask you, Mr. Cornell, about the impression you received in your position as a member of the task force all through the years of the task force work, first as deputy chair and then as chair from late 2014 through to completion in March 2016 of the task force work, of the abuse itself. Your impressions, I take it, would have been informed by the analysis, or were consistent with the analysis in the very large report dated November 2014, Defence Abuse Response Task Force, Defence Abuse Response Task Force report on abuse in defence, 26 November 2014.
Yes, now that report was prepared by the Honourable N. Robert Smith at the end of his 2-year term as chair, and it lists case studies of abuse in each service, and it provides quite a lot of them and in detail, and I think that they speak for themselves.
Yep. If we could please bring it up, that's a very significant and detailed report, EXP 0004 0010 0009. And this is the report you just mentioned, appearing on the screen, Mr. Cornell,
Yep.
prepared by Mr. Robert Smith. And there's, at page 78 to 80, a passage under the heading Key Issues of Concern. I'd just like us to go to that. And I'll use the original paginations on the pages of this report, operator. We'll go to page 78, please. About a third of the way down that page, there's a heading Key Issues of Concern to the Task Force. And I'll just ask the operator to go to the first heading and the first paragraph. Roman 1, abuse of young people in the early stages of their careers. And then there's a paragraph immediately under that heading on page 78. And Mr. Cornell, if you're able to comment on the importance of this issue and whether you shared Mr. Robert Smith's concern that this was a key issue.
Abuse of young people.
In the early stages of their careers. Was that a pattern that you saw in the
It was
work of the task force?
certainly a pattern at HMAS Lewin, which is reported separately and in great detail. And it was certainly evident in a lot of the training institutions more recently, and in particular at the Australian Defence Force Academy, which was highlighted by the DLA Piper review, and is why that abuse at that institution so constantly figured in our terms of reference.
Thank you. Now we'll just go, we don't have time to go through these passages of the report in detail, and indeed the document stands for itself. The contents of the document speak for themselves. But we will go to page 79, the heading Abuse of Women in Defence, and the first paragraph immediately under that subheading. That's in the middle of page 79, and the first paragraph begins, the task force received a disproportionately large number of complaints regarding abuse experienced by women. Now, and then there's more detailed comment on a service-by-service basis elsewhere in the report. Again, is this, do you share Mr. Robert Smith's concern identified in this passage that was another element of the patterns of abuse in defence?
Yes, I do. And you should remember that these complaints could have occurred at any time, and we even got some complaints from the Second World War generation, only a very small number. But in my report, I identify complaints by decade, 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, etc. So a lot of these complaints were, a number of them for women, arose during the time that women were first being permitted to serve in defence, and were resented, obviously, by a number of male members of defence. So particularly in the early days of women entering into the Defence Force, there was some particular areas of abuse.
The task force conducted a particular exercise of analysing complaints received in relation to abuse alleged to have occurred in the last decade, essentially, before the time limit, the substantive time limit on the task force's remit of April 2011. So from the beginning of the year 2000 to April 2011 was a particular focus of the task force's work. Is that right?
I think I report on that in my report. Don't
Yes.
I mean, I'm sorry, you're just testing the memory of some of the detail on that.
Yep. No, you do, and we'll go to that in just a minute. But
Right, well, if we could go to a specific section, that would help me.
on the next page, page 80 of the 2014 report, heading 3, abuse in recent years. And there's a reference there. I don't know, operator, if you can call out the 2 paragraphs immediately under that heading so that we can read them a bit more clearly. The 2 paragraphs immediately under the heading abuse in recent years. Thank you. And there's a reference there to an overview of that analysis, Mr. Cornell, and it seems to be the case that while there's been relatively fewer complaints of abuse experienced during initial recruit and employment during that time period, levels of abuse remain high in the Navy, Army and Air Force. We're talking about that decade to 2011. And the report says it's particularly noteworthy that abuse during this time was experienced by almost equal numbers of male and female complainants, and then goes on to make the point that because the participation rate for females is lower, that is evidence of a disproportionate experience of abuse by women. You updated that work in your report, and we'll go to that now. If we please, operator, go to EXP 0003 0013 0053. This is your final report, Mr. Cornell, and could you just tell the commissioners a little bit about, in effect, the handover of the chairing role from Mr. Robert Smith to yourself that occurred in about November 2014, did it?
Len Robert Smith's terms of appointment finished, I think, in November, and the government had to then decide what to do, and I was appointed a little time later as chair. The matter was then announced in Parliament.
And was, in effect, all the work, were there still outstanding complaints that had to be assessed at that point and restorative engagements to be performed?
The work of the task force and the requirements of its terms of reference changed from time to time as work progressed. And if you look at the terms of reference signed in 2015, November 2015, which came shortly after my appointment.
That's page 0062 of this document.
It says that the task force is to, and then it's got a standard provision, but then it says, conclude as far as possible outstanding restorative engagement conferences by 31 March 2016.
Paragraph D.
Next paragraph, conclude as far as possible the provision of counselling by 31 March 2016. So you can see that the focus was very much in just getting the task completed. So that was the government, originally we had a 12-month appointment. It's evolved into something much bigger or much more timely than may have been expected, although I don't think anyone knew exactly what was going to be done, so it was hard to make that evaluation. But at this point, the government was very keen to get the job finished.
Thank you.
And the terms of reference were changed to reflect that. And
for the record, the paragraphs you read from, I think, were G and H, not the one I said.
Sorry, you are reading from the June 2015 terms of reference.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
But I'm glad you did that because it actually points out there are more things to be concluded in this one.
Oh, I beg your pardon. And the November ones are over the page on page 0064.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, you then chaired the completion work, the task force, and drafted this final report, perhaps in consultation with your colleagues. Is that right?
I actually drafted two reports. One was required earlier, which was a report on progress, operations and future structure. And then I drafted the final report.
Well, we've only tendered this final one.
That's fine. Just tell me.
With the final report, pardon me for a minute. You provide an update. Well, you do many things, but one of the things you do is to provide an update of that close consideration you gave to issues in the period 2000 to 2011, in particular on the topic of sexual harassment and related management of complaints of that kind. And I'll just ask the operator to bring up the pages of the report where you set out that analysis. It's section 3, beginning at page 28. And operator, if you could bring up page 28, thank you. Is this the passage of the report you were thinking of a few minutes ago, Mr. Cornell, when you referred to the work you'd done in analysing that decade?
I don't know that I did say that, so I don't think I did say that.
Okay. I thought you referred to your final report having involved some close attention to that decade or some attention given to that decade.
Well, irrespective, that's the analysis that's here, yeah.
And one of the matters you mention in this section is significant levels of sexual abuse and harassment persisting in all 3 services.
Yeah.
That's near the bottom of page 28 in the overview. And on the next page, under heading 3.2, notable features of the 2000 to 2011 cases, under sexual abuse, you say almost all incidents examined were experienced by women. Under sexual harassment, this is the 4th dot point, you refer to the fact that the abuse was often exacerbated and the complainant victimised after it became known that the complainant had reported the sexual harassment. And
Sorry, where are you reading from now?
Under sexual harassment,
Yes.
on page 29.
Yes, which dot point?
4th dot point.
Yes.
And you also refer to the abuse being mainly carried out by members of a higher rank or position. Now, just pausing there, one of the points that you mention in the final report, and it echoes analysis in the 2014 report, is the topic of poor or inadequate management of reports or poor or inadequate responses to constructive knowledge of abuse. And I just want to ask you a bit about that. If we go to the next passages in the final report, since we've got it open, and your analysis of the 2000 to 2011 cases, you address this under heading 3.4 on page 31, mismanagement in the 2000 to 2011 cases. And you say, in relation to mismanagement, the 2000 to 2011 cases more typically involve an actual report about the abuse than the underreporting of abuse in earlier decades. And the main reasons for the reported mismanagement are no action was taken in response to the report, insufficient action was taken, inappropriate action was taken, including official punishment or discipline of the complainant. Next, the complainant suffered further abuse after making a report, and defence did not provide enough support, and I won't read the rest. I just want to ask you about that topic. There's quite a lot on this in the 2014 report as well. Did mismanagement of that kind cause trauma and distress to complainants, in your opinion?
Yes, a great deal of trauma and distress.
And why is that? What was it in particular about the
Well, let's
mismanagement
take the
that
example of a
caused the
young
trauma?
woman who's been raped, and she makes a complaint, and she's told, well, look, you know, really you shouldn't make a complaint, or I don't believe you, or look, it's best that you don't make a complaint because you'll sort of rock the boat. So, yes, I'd understand that she would be very concerned about that. Or they'd say, yes, I'll make an inquiry into it, and then they never hear anything else. So we had very clear evidence for believing that was the situation.
Yeah. And did you form any views out of the work of the task force about whether there was an element impacting the complainant there of being disbelieved?
That was certainly what a number of people told us, yes.
Okay, and whether there was an element of, even if they were, well, whether or not they were disbelieved by somebody, they weren't being heard by anybody. Is that?
They weren't.
They weren't being heard. Their complaint just simply wasn't being heard. It was falling on deaf ears.
Yes, that's another situation that existed.
Did that inform the approach that the DART took, that the Defence Abuse Response Task Force took to dealing with the complainants that came forward to the task force?
Well, not really. I mean, our task was to assess the overall situation of each complainant. Were they abused? What happened? How were they treated? And what damage did it do? And what can we do to redress it?
Right. Did you form a view about whether the work of the DART was of benefit to the people who came forward to receive one of the forms of outcome, one of the 5 forms of outcome?
Yes, I think in the great majority of cases it was of benefit, but some people never gave us an indication one way or another. If, for example, a person only applied for a reparation payment and the money was paid, we may have never heard from them again, so we are unable to say. But to the extent that we got direct feedback, particularly through the Restorative Engagement Program, it was to the very large extent very positive.
We're in the final report still. We'll just go to page 63 for a minute.
63?
63, which is Appendix 1, comments by Ms Cruck, the reparations payments assessor. And I noticed that, well, for one thing, the vast majority of the assessments that were made included the $5,000 for reparation for defence mismanagement. And in fact, with 97% of cases had that element of defence mismanagement and $5,000 awarded as a result. That's right, isn't it, Mr Cornwall?
Yes, that's the figure I remember. It's very high.
And Ms Cruck says towards the bottom of page 63, mismanagement decisions, I don't know, operator, if you're able to magnify just the last 2 paragraphs. Mismanagement decisions were made in over 97% of reparation payment applications, which was no doubt disturbing and disappointing to defence. In making these determinations, I acknowledge that improvements could be seen in the handling of some abuse cases in more recent years. And Ms Cruck goes on to say, complainants were most focused on the payment they received for defence mismanagement, $5,000, even though it was only a minor part of most reparation payments. In a few cases, I assessed that a complaint came within the highest category of abuse, category 4, while at the same time finding that defence mismanagement had not occurred. In those instances, some complainants felt that the process had failed them. I don't know, Mr Cornwall, if you can add any further insights to what Ms Cruck's saying there, but it seems the obvious inference seems to be that the symbolic importance of the $5,000 payment as a acknowledgement of defence mismanagement was important to many complainants. Is that right?
Well, that's how I understand that comment that Ms. Cruck has put in her report. Yes.
Is there anything you can add from your own engagement with
No,
staff?
she had direct engagement in every one of these matters,
Yep.
and she would be the best person to have assessed that.
Okay. Are you able to give the Royal Commissioners any views or insights about whether there was the potential for the abuse, the experience of abuse, at least on the part of some complainants, and perhaps the compounding effect of mismanagement by defence of the abuse as a contributing risk factor to suicidality?
I don't think we could, and I think Ms. Cruck actually says this, that she can't make a psychological assessment of the damage that it's caused. I think she says that somewhere in this report, but we were not qualified to make that sort of assessment.
You do have a quote from the 2014 report in your statement about a particular complainant who referred to becoming suicidal, but in essence, you're not saying to our commissioners that you can draw a general conclusion that there was, in effect, a contribution towards suicidality generally. Is that what you're saying?
Look, I think you just have to assess all of the factors in the abuse, and all of those factors contributed to the damage that was caused, and to put percentages on them and say which one caused more than another is impossible, and we didn't try to do it.
Yep. In your statement, you have a section entitled Meeting Needs of Complainants Who Experienced Abuse in the ADF, and I'll just give you that heading. That's heading 3.2 on page 5. Perhaps we could bring that up, please, operator. And the gist of this section of your statement is that it refers to the outcomes that were available. But is there anything in addition that you want to tell the Royal Commissioners about the processes DART adopted that were tailored to meet the needs of complainants who were coming forward with reports of experiencing abuse in the ADF? Apart from the case managers, you've mentioned the case managers, were there any special measures that you wanted to
Somewhere in the report, I make the point that the task force made all of its policies and procedures and structures of how to do things available so that other agencies could look at them and benefit from them. But I can't put my hands on it immediately, but I do say that they come with a warning or come with a caution that you've got to understand there was the basis of the training of all of the people and the way we went about it and the care that we took. And if you couldn't match the application of the policies and procedures and protocols with the same level of care, bearing in mind in particular that it was only one person they had to deal with, then you could get quite unsatisfactory outcomes.
Yep. And did you form any views about the importance of following up and informing the complainant about what was happening with their complaint? Was that an important element of the work of
Well,
DART?
certainly one element of their criticism, that in many, many cases they made a complaint and then they never heard anything more about it. And they
With
weren't-
defence?
With defence, or sometimes, let me say with defence. That was a factor that did trouble them greatly. But that's a matter for defence, it's not a matter for the task force. And similarly, any matters that we referred to the police or referred to the task force, from that point the responsibility for those referrals moved across to them, and it wasn't our task to follow up as to what came of those referrals. And in any event, the task force was dissolved on the 30th of June 2016 and was no longer there. That responsibility would have had to pass to someone else.
Another positive matter that I infer inhered in the approach that DART took is based on the fact that that plausibility standard applied, and that entailed not having to confront the alleged perpetrator. And you say in the second paragraph under heading 3.2 that, you say that this was a key factor in achieving positive comments and feedback, or at least a positive outcome for complainants. Do you want to expand on that a bit?
No, what I'm saying is that the fact that we didn't have to go to a higher level of proof meant that we could achieve outcomes that we wouldn't have been able to achieve if we had to have a higher level of proof and apply processes of procedural fairness and natural justice for the alleged abuser. We made no allegations against any abuser. We basically, once the matter had been determined, we were focused entirely on the complainant.
So you weren't intending to say that this was an approach adopted to achieve psychological safety for the complainant, so that they didn't have to confront their abuser.
Certainly we weren't interested in confronting their abuser, but it was more, how do we actually deliver these outcomes if we get enmeshed in all those other responsibilities?
The next point you mentioned, I don't know if, Operator, if you can expand the next paragraph. You say, in considering each of the 5 outcomes, the beneficial impacts of free counselling and a reparation payment of up to $50,000 are reasonably easy to assess. And how do you assess those beneficial impacts?
Well, I mean, I'm just really saying, look, if you give someone $50,000, presumably they're happy to get it. I mean, we didn't necessarily get feedback from this, so you've got to go to Ms. Crux report, and I think she says that their reactions were, I think I've got it right, I think she said somewhere that their reactions were basically positive. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, I can't put my, hang on, I can't.
If we're back at pages 63 and 4, the appendix, that seems to be the...
Okay, no, the paragraph I'm thinking of is the last paragraph in Ms. Crux' statement, where she says, for most complainants who received a reparation payment, the most important part of the task force process was knowing that the information they had provided would contribute to stopping abuse in defence. Quite a few people said that I'm not just making this complaint because of myself, and I say this elsewhere in this report, that I'm also trying to make a contribution to see that these things don't recur in defence in future.
Thank you.
And make defence better.
And then back on page 5 of your statement, you say the greatest benefit in individual cases was obtained through the innovative defence abuse restorative engagement program. And what were the benefits you saw from that program, Mr. Corn?
Okay. So we're talking here about impact. What impact did the outcomes have? We've just talked about the reparation payment. Counselling, tended to have the outcomes you'd expect from counselling. The referrals to police and the referrals to the CDF were difficult because so many of these cases were old and had limited evidence and no witnesses and all the things that were referred to in Len Roberts-Smith's statement as to why we went to plausibility. So then you're left with the restorative engagement program. Now this was innovative and I think broke new ground, and the facilitator made a report back to the task force at the conclusion of each conference. And it seemed a very simple thing to have a complainant sitting down with a senior defence representative in the presence of a skilled facilitator and subject to preparation of both sides for what was going to come about at the conference. But the reactions were that in many, many cases, the complainant described a huge relief, and it led to some level of reconciliation with defence. There were, the conference was the outcome. From the task force's point of view, once the conference was held, that was that. But in a considerable number of cases, the complainant had a particular issue that they wanted addressed, and the Defence Force representative agreed to do it. It might be to arrange a medal or some other personal thing. In one case, I remember there was a defence officer who took the complainant on a tour of the defence site where she was assaulted, and that apparently had some benefit in her reconciliation with what had happened to her, reconciliation with defence. In other cases, the defence officer wrote, from the very few examples I saw, very heartfelt letters of regret and apology, which were very well received. In one case, a very senior officer was so overcome by the distress of listening to the abuse and damage that the abuse had caused, not just to the complainant in the short term, but in the long term, in the loss of a career, in long-term mental and psychological problems. The officer was so encouraged and so distressed that the conference had to stop for half an hour until the officer was able to continue. So it was a very powerful thing. But in some cases, they arranged all sorts of small things that meant a lot to the complainant, and Defence was very keen to help and do. And we supported that, but it wasn't part of the conference. There was also just common examples of the defence representative and the complainant and probably the facilitator sort of arm in arm in a photograph at the end of the conference. So we say this was a hugely successful outcome.
Yeah. In your final report, you've also putting a little more focus on the benefits for the defence representative participating in those conferences. You've got feedback from defence representatives at page 51 in section 8. And further to some of the examples you've just given, Mr. Cornell, there's a reference here, I've learnt more in the last 2 hours than in my entire career.
Yes.
It's about 2/3 of the way down the page. Did you have any impression about whether Defence was taking on board the lessons that the individual senior defence representatives derived from these conferences? Were you involved in any liaison with Defence on those topics, or was that done by others?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Do you know from second-hand information, from hearsay information, about whether during whatever liaison did occur with Defence, there was any talk of systematising the learnings, the lessons learned from these conferences?
I don't know.
Okay.
Look, but I would say that it would be difficult to do. I mean, this was a very carefully structured program.
Yes.
You can't just pick it up and drop it somewhere else and take the bits that look the easiest and try to put it into place. But what I did think was that because we trained somewhat 351 defence officers, I think is the figure I've got, even though not all of them were able to actually conduct a conference, they were at least trained to do so if the opportunity had arisen. And I just think it's impossible to think that those officers would not have benefited from that training.
Yes, thank you. One of the consistent terms of reference required the task force to, and I'll just get the words right, pardon me. Can liaise with various officials on any implications of the task force's work for Defence's pathway to change and other responses to the series of reviews into defence culture and practices, in particular the work done by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner into the Australian Defence Force and ADFA. I just want to ask you now about the contents of section 6 of the final report and in effect the recommendations that you made in that report and why you made them. Can I just start by asking you about cultural or structural factors that you identified from the work of the task force that seem to be contributing to the persistence of abuse in defence up to April 2011? And of course, I'm not asking you about anything past April 2011. Your understanding is limited to April 2011, as I understand it.
Yeah. Look, to put it very simply, there were clashing cultures in my view. One culture was, probably going back to the Anzacs, that you support your mates under any circumstances, no one's left behind, we put our life on the line for each other if we have to, which is a terrific culture in the Defence Force. Unfortunately, in the task force, it was also clear that there is an equally strong culture that you don't dob on your mates. Even if your mate has just raped you and committed a very serious criminal offence on you. And time again in the task force, we had cases where people made a complaint about a very serious abuse and they were then basically bullied, harassed, isolated, ostracised until they left defence. And that was a very common story. And I just can't reconcile those two cultures.
Yeah, and you say in your statement that when those two clashed, not dobbing on your mate came out on top, unfortunately.
Came on top. And it was also obvious to other members of Defence that that's what would happen. And a number of complainants told us that they didn't make a complaint because they'd seen what had happened to other people who made complaints. And not only the abuse that they got, but the fact that nothing happened in relation to their complaint. So they just didn't put themselves through that.
So that topic of mismanagement that you explained a little earlier was connected with this culture of not dobbing on your mates in that sense, was it?
No, I think they're just two different things.
Well,
I mean, where's the connection?
Well, you just said some people thought that if nothing was,
Sorry.
they'd seen that
Okay,
nothing was
all
done
right.
with the report.
To that extent, it was a factor. But I think more the abuse from your fellow Defence members was the more significant factor.
Yeah. And to what extent was this culture of not dobbing on your mates and entrenched by the abuse from fellow Defence members, if that occurred, what weight would you give that, I suppose, in the persistence of the culture of abuse? Was it a very, very significant factor or just one of many?
Well, I think it would have been a factor that led people to believe that that level of abuse would not result in any detriment to them. In other words, from the perpetrator's point of view.
Because they could rely on the silence of people around them and the absence of any report and therefore act with impunity.
Or, alternatively, if a report was made, there's a pretty strong likelihood not much was going to happen.
Now, in the 2014 report, I'll just ask the operator to just bring this up. That's EXP 0004 0010 0009. I beg your pardon, Mr. Robert Smith the author of this report, identified,
Could you give me a page number?
yes, 81.
Yep.
Heading D, key factors contributing to abuse in defence. He identified influence of hierarchy and authority, physical environment, institutional culture that did not support the reporting of abuse, which you've just spoken about, culture targeting difference, alcohol and drug use. And you speak about each of those in your statement, don't you? Now, I don't think time permits us to go into too many of those in much more detail, but do you want to say anything further about the significance of any of those structural or cultural factors?
No, this is Len Roberts-Smith's report, and he was, as I said before, basically full-time chair, and he was much more more actively involved in a hands-on way than I was in the period to November 2014. And so I just simply endorse whatever he said would have been accurate, supported by all of his interactions with the staff. So.
Okay, thank you. Now, in section 6 of the final report that you authored, you set out 7 recommendations, and then in another chapter there's an 8th recommendation, 8 in all.
Yeah.
And I'll just ask you, not about all of them, but just focusing on the recommendations in relation to mismanagement on page 46.
Yep.
Do you have, yes, thank you, operator. If you're able to go to page 46. Under heading 6.7, you've got a section advising complainants about the progress and outcome of their complaints. And was there anything you wanted, and then a recommendation about amending policies in that regard? Was there anything you wanted to tell our commissioners about the importance of this matter in achieving better processes for responses to abuse reports?
Well, as I say at the start of that paragraph, many complainants have criticised offence's lack of communication in relation to their complaints, any action taken, its outcome and any sanction imposed. I think that's, just obvious that if you've made a complaint and you never hear anything more about it, it's going to be very frustrating and distressing, particularly if you are already significantly damaged and possibly psychologically damaged and so forth in relation to the offences you suffered. So recommendation is probably stating the blindly obvious, but the point was to emphasise that given the number of matters which included misconduct by defence, in other words, not properly handling the matter, in what would in any other part of the Commonwealth structure be regarded as proper human resource management process, that it should be done.
Yeah, and you also made a recommendation just prior to that on ensuring that defence's processes include proper and effective management of abuse where it has actual or constructive knowledge, not depending on whether a complaint's actually being made. That's recommendation 4 at the top of that page.
I mean, a lot of the abuse, particularly of males, was in various rituals, sort of initiation rituals. And in the report by Len Roberts-Smith, if you turn to the section headed glossary, abbreviations and acronyms, you'll get a pretty gruesome description of quite a lot of those rituals, which were largely performed by males on males, particularly given that we're starting in the 1940s through to 2011. For a large portion of that time, there wouldn't have been female members of the Defence Force. And a lot of these clearly involve some form of assault or abuse. So that is where you say, well, it must have been well known that these sorts of behaviours were taking place.
I see. Look, and finally on page 56, recommendation 8, you have a recommendation referring to the long term. You say, as subjects of past abuse will continue to come forward when they feel able to do so for many years into the future, the task force considers that the Government of Defence should develop and implement processes to enable them to do so and to have their complaints responded to appropriately. Is there anything you want to say explaining that point about ability to come forward when they feel able to do so?
The first point is that Len Robert-Smith made this point in his 2014 report, and I pick it up and put it in here and say I want to draw it to attention. But that's basically a recommendation by Len Robert-Smith, but one supported, of course, by the Task Force Leadership Group. It came about, and Len made the point in his report, that people who are badly abused, and I think this is just a matter of common knowledge, often take a long time to talk about it. You get people who don't tell their family that they've been abused. I mean, this comes up in all sorts of areas of abuse. And so it stands to reason that there would be people who had been abused before 11 April 2011 who didn't have the nerve, the courage, the mental strength, the resilience to come and talk to the task force. But there's bound to be people out there who have been abused in the past. And I mean, this may be overly optimistic, but the point was to say you haven't solved all of these abuse cases. This 1,751 cases is not the end of the abuse that occurred in that period. And there may be others who might be prepared to come forward a bit later. And if they do, you should have some way of accommodating them.
Right. Should that extend, in your opinion, to reparation payment?
How it would be done, because the task force was set up, you know, with considerable structure. It was like a small government agency for the time it operated. It had particular staff. It had a very clear focus. It had a total dedication to this task. Now, I don't see that you could basically just plug that into a standard human resources department. So I don't know how you would do it. You would just have to see what the circumstances were at the time.
Well, the Ombudsman, I mean, this is after your time, since March 2016, but the Ombudsman has an ongoing role. Is that the sort of agency that you think would appropriately be able to deal with this?
I don't know what terms of reference he operates under or she operates under, yep. And so I really just can't comment on that.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much for your evidence. I have a couple of questions. One, perhaps you've addressed in your most recent comments, but I just noted that in the final report there wasn't as many males reporting abuse, and I wondered whether to some extent you thought that was reflecting a lack of coming forward as opposed to a lack of incidents of abuse to males.
I don't think I've got any way of knowing to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. The other questions I guess I have are quite similar. I mean, I think what I've taken from what you've said today is the importance of a process that offers some healing. And that's happened at the individual level for someone who's experienced abuse or trauma. And I think it's been a very important process for that. But I guess along with the healing, I like to think of learning and improving. And I guess you've addressed this as well, that you weren't necessarily set up to be able to generate systemic change. But I am interested in how systemic change could occur from the learnings of this process and what's followed, if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, Commissioner, the first thing I'd do is in the 2014 report and in my report, there are sections on all of the liaison that we had with other government agencies. And the input that we were able to give to them to assist in developing policies and procedures and learn from what we were doing and then apply it in their own context. We didn't know enough about the context in which it was to be applied to do more than make the information available. But if you, for example, look at the 47, I think it is, graphs appended to my report, and just look at the, questions that come up, out of thinking about all of that data. For policymakers, there should be a considerable reserve of information that could contribute, not necessarily resolve future policy problems, but contribute to their resolution. As I say, we've also made all of our policies and procedures available so that others can see exactly how it was done. And if they wanted to learn from that, even years after the event, those documents are available. And the final point is that it was going to be done, and I assume it's been done, that all of the case management files have been deposited in the National Archives, and with appropriate confidentiality and whatever other requirements need to be met. I was always hoping, and I think I say this in the report somewhere, that that database of case studies could actually be a source of some very useful, detailed examination of particular cases of abuse in defence, if anyone had the inclination to do it. However, I do think that particularly Len's report, Len Robert-Smith's report, and the case studies that he's shown in there do certainly give you a sense of the sorts of information that you would find. But to take it further, we weren't in a position that we knew a bit about pathways to change. We contributed to discussions about it, but our task was to input information. We didn't understand all the policy parameters or the other structural issues that were being addressed and didn't have time to do it, nor did we have the terms of reference to do it. And so we were inputting what we could, we were responding to questions when we were asked questions that we could answer, but we weren't in a position to form views about systemic change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thanks very much from me too for your evidence. Your last comment about the storage of your database in the National Archives, was that an implicit suggestion that we could look at it?
No, I'm just stating a fact.
Thanks.
Commissioner, I do anticipate there's going to be a lot of confidentiality and other hedges that have got to be put around that. So, and I don't know if they can all be overcome, but I was led to understand it would be possible for someone to get access to that under all sorts of confidentiality obligations.
Thanks.
Thank you again. And if I can make a comment before I ask my question, I think the DART report in its various iterations is one of the key documents, pieces of work that we certainly are very interested in and are examining closely. Thank you for the work you've done. From your breadth and depth of experience, both in public policy and the legal areas, are there any recommendations you'd make or any suggestions you would make to this Commission in terms of what framework or processes we may recommend as to follow up on what we say? Clearly, we appreciate, I think, that you were limited in terms of reference and time, and you weren't in a position, nor was it your role, to make sure that the things you have said were followed up on and enacted and carried through. We are very concerned, as if I can just make this comment, we are aware of somewhere around 57 previous inquiries have preceded us which have looked at this issue. And the fact that we exist means that the problem has not gone away. So we are concerned about leaving a legacy of something that becomes a sort of self-checking mechanism. Are you able to comment on what you might recommend in that regard?
Look, I think that's a difficulty that confronts not just in this area, but people making reports and recommendations across the board, quite candidly. And obviously, there are reasons why governments just can't take on board all recommendations and implement them, apart from the fact that some of them would be very difficult to implement, some would be very expensive, some would not necessarily achieve the objective that they were hoping to achieve. But I did notice in Ms Bernadette Boss's preliminary interim report that she said, I might have the statistics exactly right, but it was something like there'd been 20 reports into this in the last 10 years, and there was 335 recommendations and not one of them had been implemented. So I don't think I can say anything more that this is, I would say to keep the recommendations limited, as clear and as simple as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any matters arising?
No, thank you.
Mr. Gray?
Nothing arising, thank you. If Mr. Cornell could be released from his summons, and we're about, I think we're probably about 20 minutes behind schedule. If we could reconvene after lunch at 1 p.m, I'm told that would work.
Yeah, we have been a little bit behind today, but I think obviously the issues we're discussing going forward, we can't cut them short. Mr. Cornell, again, I just want to thank you for your evidence and for everything you've done.
Thank you, Chair.
You're excused from your summons to appear today, and if there's nothing else, we'll adjourn for lunch. Return at 1 o'clock.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 1:10.
1 p.m. 1 p.m.
That's
1 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr. Connor?
Commissioners, I call Professor Jane Purkis.
Professor Purkis, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Operator, might you display the tender list for Professor Jane Purkis? Commissioners, you'll see a heading there, men and boys. Professor Purkis has done substantial work in this territory. You'll see a heading at the bottom, media. Professor Purkis has researched this area and published papers. If you could display the next page, please, operator. One sees the reference there to media in items 10 and 11, mental disorders and suicide, and the question as to what is the association and connection between a person having a mental disorder, a formal mental disorder, and being suicidal. And Professor Purkis has written a paper with Dr. Laysan too on that matter. Professor Purkis has also written extensively on suicide and suicide prevention. And Commissioners, you see items 13 through to 18 there. Operator, please display. Thank you. Professor Purkis also gave evidence to the Victorian Royal Commission into the Victoria's mental health system, and this was Professor Purkis provided a statement to the Victorian Royal Commission and also gave oral evidence, and they're items 19 and 20 in this list. Commissioners, I tender items 1 to 20, noting that some of the items are confidential and not to be publicly displayed at this stage. The items in that category are items 6, 8, 13, 15, 17 and 18.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. So they'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive numbers, and with the proviso in relation to the 5 that you've mentioned that are confidential due to copyright.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor, you are a professor at the University of Melbourne and you are the director of the Centre for Mental Health at the University of Melbourne.
That's right.
And you have qualifications and expertise in psychology and also in epidemiology.
That's right too, thank you.
You obtained your doctorate from the University of Melbourne and it was titled Suicidal Ideation, Suicide Attempts and Completed Suicide Among the General Population and Among Psychiatric Patients in Australia, Rates, Risk Factors and Patterns of Care. And you obtained that in 2001.
That's right.
So you've been in this domain of studying suicidology and related matters since at least the mid-90s or thereabouts.
That's right too, yes.
Since 2006, you've been a member and a past board member of Suicide Prevention Australia. Would you please tell us a little bit about that organisation?
So Suicide Prevention Australia is the peak body for suicide prevention in Australia, and it plays a number of roles, but perhaps its most prominent role is as an advocate for people with lived experience of suicide.
Since 2014, you've been a member of the International Academy for Suicide Research. That's correct?
That's right, yes,
Thank
that's
you.
right.
Would you please tell us a little bit about this organisation?
So the International Academy of Suicide Research, as its name suggests, is an international organisation, and it brings together researchers and academics working in the suicide prevention area from around the world. It holds conferences, and it helps suicide prevention researchers network and join forces on particular studies.
Since 2017 to 2020, you've been a Vice President of the International Association for Suicide Prevention. Would you please tell us a little bit about this organisation?
So the International Association for Suicide Prevention is, again, an international organisation. It's broader than only researchers, although researchers are members of the organisation, and it brings together people with an interest in suicide prevention from around the world, including making a big effort to make sure that people from low and middle income countries are represented in its membership.
Now, together with Professor Rory O'Connor, you are the editor of the International Handbook of Suicide Prevention.
That's right.
When was the first edition of that book released?
So 2016 we released it.
That's the second edition in 2016.
Sorry, so that's the edition that I worked on with Rory. There have been previous editions that other people have edited.
Thank you. Now, you've had a long-term research interest in profiling the epidemiology of suicide and suicidal behaviours amongst the general population and at-risk groups.
That's right.
And however, you've not done work directly on suicide or suicidality of ADF current serving or former current serving members.
No, that's right. And I did want to make that point. So, you know, a lot of the work that I've done may well be relevant to that population, but none of my work has been directly with current or former serving members.
Now, in your evidence to the Victorian Royal Commission, you spoke of the complexity, or the extreme complexity of suicide. Would you mind elaborating on your thoughts about that?
Yeah, so suicide is definitely very complex. It's very rare that a person who gets to the point where they feel like suicide is the only option for them is influenced by a single factor. So there are usually multiple things that have gone on for them, and often have gone on for them for a long time. So there's a confluence of a whole range of factors usually. It's very complex because even the person themselves who's in that situation may not be able to tell you all of the things that are happening for them and are leading them to that point. So it's a really I'm looking for a synonym for complex, but complex is the best term. It really is very complicated.
Now, operator, might you display exp.0004.0017.0413? The next page, please, operator. And box 1 in the bottom left-hand corner on the next page, please, operator. Professor, would you mind explaining the terminology around suicide and so on?
Sure. So, so this box is from a paper that we worked on with some other international authors. So the terminology around suicide and suicide prevention is there are some debates about it, I guess. The term suicide is fairly straightforward. Most people would agree that suicide, the definition of suicide is intentionally ending one's own life. Then there's a range of suicidal behaviours that may or may not be fatal. So behaviours that, so a suicide attempt, for example, where the intention is to end one's own life, or perhaps other forms of self-harm where the intention's a bit less clear than that. Often in suicide prevention, we try to make the distinction between suicidal behaviour and suicidal thoughts. So in this definition here, suicidal behaviour is only about behaviour. It excludes suicidal ideation or suicidal thoughts. Suicide attempts forms of behaviour which result in injury. Sometimes people talk about them as non-fatal, but actually you can have a fatal suicide attempt that results in a suicide. But the common thing that everyone would agree about in a suicide attempt is that there is an attempt to end one's life. Suicidal ideation is about suicidal thinking about ending one's life. But the tricky thing with that is that there are degrees of it. So it may be very active, where someone's thinking about ending their own life and maybe have a plan to do that, have got to a point where they're really seriously considering it. But there are also forms of suicidal ideation that might be longer term, more pervasive, and are more passive. So they're sort of more general thoughts about ending one's life. Self-harm sort of goes hand in hand with suicide attempts. So self-injurious behaviours with or without intent to die. So when people talk about self-harm, they do it when they're agnostic about the intent. So it doesn't distinguish between a suicide attempt and a self-harm for a reason other than suicide. And then non-suicidal self-injury, which is a term that is more commonly used in the US than here, are behaviours where there is explicitly no intent to die, so self-harm for some other reason. I should also say that when I say self-injurious, suicide attempts and self-harm also include self-poisoning. So it's injuring yourself in some way or ingesting a substance.
Suicidal behaviour, as distinct from suicidal ideation, the thought there is to distinguish between outwardly manifest actions versus thoughts of someone. Is that the...
Well, I think it's about distinguishing between thoughts and actions. So suicidal ideation for me is thinking about suicide. As I said, it can be quite active or quite passive, but suicidal behaviour is actually taking action, some sort of action.
Operator, might you display exp.004.0017.0551, please? Commissioners, this is Professor Purkis's statement to the Victorian Royal Commission, which is a very valuable document. Operator, might you go to .0553, that is pages 2 and 3 of this document, and might you display paragraph the top part of the page, please, operator. That is A to F. You've written here, Professor, of these domains, as it were, of classification of risk factors. Might you speak to this, to the notion of risk factors, and in doing so, might you speak about these 6 categories, as it were, and perhaps provide some examples, including any that might be salient to current serving members and former serving members?
Sure. So yes, so there on the previous page there is an introduction to these dot points that indicates that they're different types of risk factors. So as an epidemiologist, I think about risk factors for suicide at a population level, and I think about them in terms of these different categories. So there are and risk factors are all about increasing the likelihood that someone might die by suicide. They're not about certainties, they're about probabilities. But there are certain things that either characteristics of the person themselves or things they might have been exposed to that put them at heightened risk. So just to go through the list, there are a number of socio-demographic risk factors. So in this list here, when I wrote it for the Victorian Royal Commission, was about the general population. But socio-demographic risk factors include things like being male. So we know that 3/4 of all suicides in Australia are by males. So males are clearly at heightened risk of suicide. So that's a good example. And I guess that is applicable to the veteran and defence community, because my understanding is that that males are overrepresented in that community. Then there are clinical risk factors, and most notably there are probably 2 really. So having a mental illness is definitely a risk factor for suicide, as is having made a previous suicide attempt. But that's not to say, and I think we might talk about this a bit later, that's not to say that everyone who has a mental illness will die by suicide, obviously. And it's also not to say that everybody who does die by suicide has a mental illness. So I'm trying to stress the point that risk factors increase the risk, but they don't lead to any certainty. So they're clinical risk factors, and we know with current and former serving members, for example, that there may be certain mental health problems that those groups may be particularly predisposed to. There are personality-based risk factors. So people often talk about the fact that there's an increased likelihood of suicide among people who are impulsive or aggressive. And again, we might talk about this a bit more later, but one of the other personality factors that we've looked at is self-reliance as a risk factor. So although you would think that being self-reliant is a good quality, and it definitely is in lots of circumstances, it does perhaps mean that if someone's not travelling so well, then they're less likely to reach out for help. So a person who has a particularly self-reliant personality may be also at heightened risk of suicide. There are situational and environmental risk factors. So notably amongst them is experiencing stressful life events. And obviously current and former serving members are exposed to some stressful events that the general population probably isn't exposed to. The other thing among the situational environmental risk factors that I'd probably highlight is having access to lethal means. And again, amongst those lethal means, obviously weapons are a lethal means. There's evidence about genetic factors in suicide. So there is some evidence that a family history of suicide can increase an individual's own risk. And then there are some neurobiological factors as well to do with things like neurotransmitters in the brain, like low levels of serotonin, have been shown to be associated with suicide. So probably the latter two, maybe it's not so clear how they would be specifically relevant to current and former serving members, but the first four, it would definitely be possible to think of maybe some examples that might heighten risk for those groups, like the ones I've mentioned.
Self-reliance, does that mean independence and perhaps lack of connection with others?
Yeah, well, yes, I think it does, but it also means stoicism and feeling like you have to solve all your problems for yourself, not being inclined to talk problems through with others, maybe holding it all in, those sorts of things.
In your evidence to the Victorian Royal Commission, you spoke of proximal and distal risk factors. Might you elaborate on the notion of proximal and distal risk factors?
Yeah. So people would talk about proximal and distal risk factors in terms of thinking about how they might operate. And I guess this relates back to the point I was making originally about the complexity of suicide. So there might be, so proximal risk factors are risk factors that are present fairly close to the time when a suicide attempt is made. Whereas distal risk factors are longer term things that might have existed for some time. So the example people often give is the risk factor of the distal risk factor of adverse childhood events, which may play out over a number of years, have quite long-term effects. And then there may be more proximal risk factors like some stressful life events or like a mental illness, for example, that sometimes might work as a bit of a tipping point or a trigger. But it's the kind of coalescence of the lot. But there are definitely some risk factors that would be regarded as proximal because they originated some time back in the person's life, and the distal ones might be more immediate. Drug and alcohol use is another one to think about, and drug and alcohol use is interesting because it can operate in both ways. So a long-term history of drug and alcohol problems acts as a distal risk factor, but consumption of drugs or alcohol before a suicide attempt can be a risk factor, a more proximal risk factor.
In the studies of the general population, what do you see in that regard so far as alcohol and drug intake around the event that occurs where the person dies by suicide?
Yeah, so there's definitely good evidence that in a proportion of suicides, I couldn't tell you the exact proportion, drugs and alcohol are implicated fairly immediately prior to the death.
And this is within hours, is it, prior to the death?
Yeah.
Now, we've read of the notion of a suicidal crisis. That presumably is people entering a phase where their existence is very troubled, and that's things happening in that are proximal factors in this.
Yeah.
Would you mind just speaking a little bit about the notion of a suicidal crisis?
Yeah, so the term gets used, I'm not sure it's the greatest term, but it does get used, and it does reflect exactly what you're saying, that point where all of these risk factors, some of which have been around for a long time, some of which are more recent, all come together into this point where the person really feels like they can't go on, and that suicide is a key option for them. So it's obviously we'll talk a bit about suicide prevention in a while, I think, but there are obviously a lot of suicide prevention is about preventing people getting to that point of suicidal crisis, more kind of upstream interventions. But there's obviously also a really strong need for making sure that if people do get to that point of a so-called suicidal crisis, there's good help for them.
Just in terms of your deep experience in this area, the suicidal crisis period, have you any sense of that?
I think it's very variable, and there would be clinical folk who could speak to this better than me, and people with lived experience who could speak to this better than me. But I think it's very individual. So for some people, it's quite short-lived but very intense, and for others, it's much more cycling and might continue for some time with ebbing and flowing. So it's very individual, I think.
Now, might we turn to suicide prevention? And your evidence before the Victorian Royal Commission was that, in your opinion, and your belief was that suicide was preventable. Would you mind elaborating on that?
Well, I definitely think suicide is preventable. I think that, and I also think that that it is absolutely our duty to prevent it. And I mean prevent each and every suicide. But the reason I think that it's preventable is for two reasons, I guess. And I think I said this to the Victorian Royal Commission. One of the reasons is that, you know, in my career, both in my research, but also in the process of just talking to a lot of people with lived experience of having gone through a suicidal period themselves or been with someone else who had, often those people say, having survived that they're really glad they survived it. So I think that indicates that if you can help someone change the course of their behaviour, it's definitely possible to prevent it. But I also would say, from a more academic perspective, that most of the kinds of risk factors that I've been listing are modifiable. So if you can intervene and modify those risk factors, you can absolutely reduce people's risk and therefore reduce suicide. And some of them aren't modifiable directly. So, for example, you probably can't change, or hopefully you can prevent people having adverse childhood experiences. But if they've had them, you can't prevent them, but you can assist people to work through things. Maybe that's not the best example, but there are certainly I think that most of the risk factors I've listed are things that we can do something about.
Just to return to that self-reliance notion again, how would you intervene there?
So we've a lot of our work on male suicide prevention has been trying to do exactly that. And again, I think we might talk about this in a minute, but we've been looking at self-reliance among boys and men, and the way society shapes the norms by which boys and men live their lives. So we're testing a whole range of different programs, a lot of which existed already, that challenge some of those masculine norms, including those norms of self-reliance, and just say, you know, that it's okay to be vulnerable sometimes, and it's okay to put up your hand and say you're not travelling so well, or to talk to your mate and seek help, professional help. So I think it's not so much changing it's partly it's changing the way people view some of the masculine norms that society has kind of in Australia has promoted. Which is not to say by any means that we're saying self-reliance is a bad thing, but in fact, it's a really good thing in lots of ways. But if it is getting in the way of someone, a boy or a man, or for that matter, a girl or a woman, reaching out for help if they're not going so well, if they're struggling a bit, then that's not such a good thing.
Is vulnerability perhaps the other side of the coin, Nilly, of complete self-reliance?
Yeah, something like that. It's and probably, I mean, neither of them are. It's like most things, I guess. That you don't want extremes, and you also don't want. And there'll be times when each are more appropriate. But some of the work we've been doing certainly has shown that high levels of self-reliance are associated with greater risk of suicidal thinking.
And that's perhaps through a failure to acknowledge some vulnerability at a particular point in one's existence. Is that?
Yeah, but it's not. I don't know that it's down to the person. I think it's the way we teach our boys and men to be boys and men. I think it's a societal thing, not so much an individual thing.
Now, I've seen reference in your evidence to the Victorian Royal Commission about suicide prevention, including both the prevention of deaths by suicide and the prevention of suicidal behaviour such as attempted suicide and suicidal thoughts. Would you mind just elaborating on the notion of suicide prevention generally, what that's about?
Yeah, so I would say exactly what you've just said, that when people talk about suicide prevention, they often assume that it's about preventing suicides, which it obviously is. But I would say it also is and should be about preventing suicidal behaviours, and ideally preventing suicidal thinking as well. And again, it comes back to some of those risk factors, intervening early so that you prevent people getting to the point of thinking about suicide or making a suicide attempt or dying by suicide. So it's the full box and dice, I think.
Operator, might you display paragraph 23 from Professor Purkis's July 2019 statement? Professor Purkis here refers to universal interventions, selective interventions, and indicated interventions. Would you mind speaking to those matters? What's the difference between them? What are they about?
So they're all based on risk factors and shifting the population so that the risk factors, the kinds of risk factors we talked about, are less common, or addressing those risk factors. But they do it in different ways. So universal interventions target the whole population and don't specifically identify people who may have those risk factors. So they're whole of population interventions, but by being whole of population, they sort of reach people who might be at heightened risk. So an example of that might be restricting access to means. So, for example, putting barriers on bridges would be a good example, or improving media reporting of suicide would be a good example of a universal intervention. So they're very broad, but they'll improve things for people who might, somewhere in the population, be at heightened risk. Selective interventions then are kind of the next step in. So they target people who are not actively suicidal, but who have recognised risk factors. And often they do tend to look at mental illness as a risk factor. So some of them are things like drug treatments for depression, some of the mental illnesses that are particularly particularly prominent among risk factors for suicide. And some of the others are more about making sure that health professionals and others who might come into contact with people who are at risk are equipped to do something about it. So one of the problems in suicide prevention is people are often nervous about what they might do and whether, if they do something, it might make it worse. So there's all sorts of selective interventions that are designed to make sure that health professionals, but also other people, are better able to intervene. And then indicated interventions really get in with people who are already having suicidal thoughts or might be already have made a suicide attempt. And sometimes those people are identified through screening programs, but often they're identified by having presented to a clinical service. So the kinds of interventions I'm thinking about there might be psychological therapies designed to help people recognise some of their thinking patterns and change some of those thought patterns. Some of them might be about making sure there's good emergency treatment and follow-up for people who've made a suicide attempt. Crisis lines are another example of an indicated intervention where people are calling because they're actively feeling at heightened risk themselves. So the different to give you a briefer answer, the difference between universal, selective and indicated interventions is about who they're explicitly targeting. So universal interventions target the whole population, selective interventions target people who are at risk but not yet making a suicide attempt or thinking about suicide. Indicated interventions target people who are actively thinking about suicide or have made a suicide attempt.
And this is the way that people are thinking about, researchers and so on, and people who are expert in this territory are thinking about interventions in these three categories, as it were?
Yeah. It's quite epidemiologically driven, I guess, because it is about risk factors, really, in the end. And other people working in suicide prevention might think about things a bit differently depending on where they're coming from. So clinical folk, who most of whom work in the indicated intervention area, might think about the clinical services they offer in different ways, and some of them are teetering into treatment services. So they're not just prevention; they're sort of on the edge between prevention and treatment. But this taxonomy, universal, selective, and indicated, is very commonly used.
Just in relation to the universal interventions and targeting whole populations, you're speaking there of subpopulations, as it were.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
And that could be serving members of the Australian Defence Force, for example.
Yes, that's right. So another example of that is people would talk about universal interventions in schools. So they might run a resilience training program as a universal intervention in schools. But yes, you're right. So the population, it's not necessarily the whole population, although it could be. It's a kind of defined population.
And the same would apply to former serving persons.
That's right. That's right.
Have you any thoughts about possible universal interventions for current serving members of the Australian Defence Force?
Well, as I said at the beginning, it's not my specific area, but I can see how some of the universal interventions that I'm mentioning here might be helpful. And in particular, restricting access to means, I'm imagining, might be helpful. And I don't know how you do that in the defence environment, but the flip, so access to means, is definitely a risk factor. So if there was a way of thinking that through, that might be helpful.
We need to, of course, understand how people have died by suicide.
Yes.
Now, what about in terms of selective interventions and the current serving population and the former serving population?
Yeah. So I was thinking about this too. So in terms of selective interventions, I was thinking that there are models elsewhere that might be helpful, and some of this may already exist. So excuse my ignorance if it already does. But I was thinking about the model of mates in construction, which has now expanded to other industries, but they've gone into male-dominated industries and they started in construction where suicide was a particular problem. And so they run a program which is about addressing some of that issue to do with self-reliance, actually. So it's making it clear that it's okay to put your hand up if you're not travelling so well, but also Mates has people on construction sites and in other settings related to other industries who are called connectors. So there's someone on the site who's a regular person who they can approach if they're struggling a bit, and that person can connect them in with services as necessary. So I wonder whether that sort of thing might be helpful. So that's it's selective in the sense that it might not be people who are actively thinking about suicide who would be the beneficiaries of it, but it would be people who were just not chugging along quite as well as they normally might. There's other programs too, some of which are about equipping others to be able to step in. So mental health first aid is another good example where people in a particular setting, so in this case, the Defence Force are trained to recognise if someone, it looks like they're starting to talk in a concerning way or behave in a concerning way. Mental health first aid equips people to feel confident in intervening in the same way that physical first aid equips people to know how to do CPR. So I wonder whether some of those sorts of selective interventions might be helpful.
Are there, apart from mates in construction, and then the idea of having connectors and mental health first aid, are there any other models or paradigms that exist in other spheres that the Royal Commission and the Australian Defence Forces might draw upon?
Yeah, so those are the two most obvious to me in this kind of setting. We're looking at some other programs in some of the work we're doing on suicide, preventing suicide in boys and men, but they're not quite so relevant to this setting, I don't think. I do wonder others may well know this much better than I do, but I wonder whether there are lessons from overseas in the defence setting, whether others have had a look at different programs that might be helpful. But again, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Are there any particular people that you don't know whether there's any programs or people overseas, any particular people?
No, not really. But no, I don't. But I could help you have a look.
Thank you, Professor. Indicated interventions and taking the population of the serving and then the former serving members of the Australian Defence Forces. Any thoughts there that you have?
Well, because when you get to the indicated interventions, you're dealing with people who are actively thinking about suicide or making a suicide attempt. I think that the kinds of interventions you're looking at are treatments that are designed to reduce suicidal thoughts. So some particular psychological therapies. So cognitive behavioural therapy, for example, helping people develop better strategies for dealing with particular thought patterns. And the other thing is crisis lines. People, there are obviously general crisis lines in Australia, like Lifeline, which are well utilised. But I'm not sure whether there are options for current and former serving members that might be more specific than that might resonate better with them. I don't know.
Thank you, Professor. In terms of perhaps possibly an early sign of a problem emerging being what might be referred to as problematic anger. Can you say anything about that? Has that come into your work in any way?
Well, it hasn't really come into my work, but when I talked before about personality-based risk factors, one of the risk factors that people would often talk about in that category is aggression and anger, and sometimes maybe that's it's a different manifestation of the same issue. So sometimes it's easier to be angry than to be sad or to be demonstrably sad.
Thank you, Professor. Now, there are some protective factors, or what I've described as protective factors concerning suicidality and so on. And there's the idea of augmenting protective factors.
Yeah.
Might you speak to that idea?
So I think this is really important in suicide prevention. It sort of gets left behind a bit. So a lot of the epidemiological work is on risk factors, not protective factors. And a lot of the prevention work is on ameliorating risk factors rather than boosting protective factors. But there are definitely good candidate protective factors that might be useful to work on. So things like resilience, which is not the flip side of self-reliance, but it's more like being okay in your own skin sort of resilience is what I'm talking about there. And so there's resilience, but there's also good connectedness, which I'm sure is important in the populations we're talking about here. So good connection with your mates, feeling like you can put your hand up and say, I'm not travelling so well, is a really strong protective factor. So boosting that is definitely worth doing.
Do you have any thoughts about how that can be facilitated?
Well, I think it is taking some lessons from good programs like Mates in Construction and Mates in Construction is a particularly good example in this context, because it's all about making sure that mates are available for people, but it's not just about making sure that there's someone around for that individual to talk to. It's about normalising in that population talking to someone, and it's about making it okay. So it's kind of like a microcosm of the socialisation stuff.
And I've read in your statement of evidence to the Victorian Royal Commission of systems-based approaches. And you spoke there of lifespan. And you spoke how it had been developed by Black Dog Institute, and it was being tested in a number of primary health networks in national and state-based trials. Could you tell us about system-based approaches?
Yeah, so they've become kind of a popular way of thinking about suicide prevention here, but also overseas, particularly in Europe. And the idea is, I think, that because we're still learning what works and what doesn't work in suicide prevention, it's worth trying a range of different things in a fairly considered way. And it's also worth putting in place universal, selective and indicated interventions together so that there are good synergies, and that I guess that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So that's what Lifespan was doing. So Lifespan has a range of different prongs to it, I guess. So, for example, that within these local areas, so the primary health networks, they put in place things like good follow-up care after a suicide attempt. If someone was admitted to hospital having made a suicide attempt, making sure that the follow-up care was good. Running resilience programs in schools, for example, gatekeeper training of the kind I was talking about before, good media reporting of suicide, some stuff around restricting access to means. So kind of a full suite of different interventions delivered in a coordinated, systematic way in a particular area at the same time. So, like I say, the idea is that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Now, the notions of resilience and the notion of vulnerability, how do they fit together and interact, as it were?
Yeah, it's a good question, because you do wonder whether I'm saying you might want to think about resilience training, but I'd say, on the other hand, I'm saying self-reliance is a risk factor for suicide, kind of extreme self-reliance, I guess. So I think it's thinking about the different good and bad bits of those things. So I'm not saying that all self-reliance is bad, but when it sort of gets to the point where people aren't reaching out for help, that's probably not a great thing. Resilience, on the other hand, is part of resilience. A good strategy in terms of making sure you're resilient might be reaching out for help. So I think they're subtly different.
You begin to wonder about the label resilience.
Yeah, well, it's not a universally loved term, but it's sort of, I think it is helpful in the sense that people have some idea of what it means.
But it may, on the other hand, promote excessive self-reliance.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, there are subtleties that really need to be thought through.
Have you got any thoughts about the relabelling that might occur? I don't know. I mean, I know there are definitely lots of debates about a whole range of terms in suicide prevention and in mental health more generally. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the perfect term is, but maybe a starting point is thinking through what things are likely to be positive and what things might not work so well. It's kind of accompanying a degree of resilience with a degree of vulnerability.
Yeah.
Now, suicidality and being male, you've looked at that very deeply. Would you mind speaking to that, just what's emerged from your exploration of that area?
Sure. So we did some work some time ago. We got concerned. If you work in suicide prevention, you can't help but be concerned about suicides by boys and men, because they account for 3/4 of all suicides. So there's something going on there. So we did some work, descriptive epidemiological work, with the longitudinal study on male health, looking at what might be acting as risk factors. And that was where we got onto this thing about self-reliance. So we looked at different masculine norms And the one that really stood out as being highly correlated with suicidal thinking was this notion of self-reliance. So that led us to think about, well, if that is true, what might we do about it? And so we've done a few projects. We worked with a fantastic production company called Ares Films and made a documentary called Man Up, which was shown on the ABC in 2016. I think it was 2016, which is, so it was a documentary, 3-part documentary, a kind of presenter-led journey through the world of male suicide and male suicide prevention in Australia. And the presenter was a fellow called Gus Warland, who talked to a whole range of people in the community, experts, a whole variety of people with lived experience, and eventually tried to sort of unravel what it might be about being male that might be putting men and boys at risk. And so the message from Man Up is about that whole thing to do with high conformity to some of those masculine norms being associated with suicidal thinking. So we tested Man Up in a randomised control trial and showed that that watching Man Up and coming to that sort of taking in what the messaging was from Man Up led to our participants being more likely to say they would seek help if they were in a time of crisis. So we took heart from that because we thought, that's quite good. You can obviously you can use the media for good and use it in the same way that the media gets used in lots of other more general health promotion ways. You can use it as a suicide prevention tool. So we then got some further funding for a big project that we're doing now, which is testing, again through randomised control trials, testing 5 interventions that I'm just being invited to join room 1. Should I click yes on that? No. So we're testing these 5 interventions that all have that same theme in common, that they're about challenging some of those traditional masculine norms and doing it in a range of different settings. So we're testing a program that's run in schools, a program that's run in sporting clubs, a program that's run in men's sheds, programs in manufacturing, and we also created a media campaign for that. But in addition to doing that, we were concerned that it's all very well to say to boys and men, if you're not travelling so well, reach out for help. But you have to then make sure that the services that are available to boys and men resonate with them, and they like them, and they feel like they're going to be useful to them, and they're not really alien to them. So we're also testing two particular interventions that might be useful if boys and men do reach out for help. So one of them, we're working with Lifeline to create a slightly modified model of their service delivery that would be more appealing to men, because the majority of Lifeline's callers are women. But we also don't want to alienate the women. So we're working with Lifeline to think through what a slightly tweaked model of service delivery might look like. And we're also working on a program called Men in Mind, which is a training program for mental health professionals, which just gets them to kind of rethink some of the language they use if they're working with male clients, just to make sure that the services that are on offer are appealing to boys and men. So it's kind of a program of work that's a bit of a work in progress that's led on from some earlier studies that we've done.
Operator, might you display exp.004.0017.00174, please? Commissioners, I take this opportunity to bring to wider attention this particular paper written by Dr. Perkis and others, and it's published in August 2021. And it seems to be a paper that wider attention should be drawn, and even media attention could be focused on this area.
The point that we're making in that paper is probably made better than what I've been trying to say here. That there are societal norms that encourage, as with any societal norms, that encourage people to behave in particular ways, and they probably don't serve our boys and men optimally always. But the other thing I'd say, which we also say in this paper, is that we're absolutely, sometimes people talk about things like toxic masculinity, and we're certainly not saying that. We're not saying that it's all really bad, and we're not finger wagging or blaming anyone. We're just trying to think through whether there are some things that might be obvious targets for prevention.
Please excuse me, Commissioners. I'd return to the topic of suicide registers. And Professor, you've been involved in the Victorian Suicide Register. Would you mind speaking to that for a moment?
Yeah. So, one of the difficulties with expanding our knowledge base about suicide and suicide prevention is that official suicide statistics take some time to come through. And that there are good reasons for that, because the coronial process is often quite detailed and quite lengthy. So there's a lag time for the suicide statistics that we get reported through the Australian Bureau of Statistics of a bit over a year. So the response to that here and overseas, and Victoria and Queensland led the way here, the response to that has been to create these registers that allow information to be captured more quickly. So suicides get recorded as probable suicides or likely suicides, and that can be done because they don't have to wait for the whole coronial process to happen. They use evidence that the coroner is using. So the Victorian Suicide Register is located in the coroner's court. In particular, they use police data quite often. So they're not trying to second guess the coroner, but they're using the evidence they have in front of them to classify deaths as probable suicides. And doing that means that the information can be gathered much more rapidly. So it's much more useful for things like, for example, looking at whether there were any increases in suicide when COVID began, or looking at whether an area might be experiencing a suicide cluster. So they're regarded, the suicide registers are regarded as very useful. And the other thing I should just say is that in the end, when the official statistics do come through, there's a very good correspondence between those statistics and what the registers house. So they're kind of pretty accurate.
Operator, might you display stu.0001.001.5176? Commissioners, this is a paper that Professor Purkis has joined in writing, and it's published in 2017, and it concerns it's titled Implementation Evaluation of the Victorian Register, and it is a good place to find history of the registers, including the international references. Now, you were speaking there of what's called in Queensland, I think, the interim suicide register. And I understand that that's available in days from the police reports provided by the coroners. Is that?
Yeah, and the Victorian register is the same. It's very, I'm not exactly sure what the lag is, but it's very brief. And the other thing to say about registers is they collect a lot of information. So there's often a lot more detailed information about some of the circumstances of death or the things to do with some of the risk factors I've been talking about. But that more detailed information isn't populated all at once. So the information from the registers isn't delayed by waiting for all that information to go in. There's very basic information that's entered that allows you to get a handle on things pretty quickly.
And would you mind speaking for a minute to the utility of having the suicide registers and the record linkage studies that you spoke of in your evidence to the Victorian Royal Commission?
Yeah, so the registers are fantastic for providing really quite detailed information on people who unfortunately died by suicide. But from a prevention point of view, we can learn a lot from the registers, but we can learn even more from them when they're linked to other data sets. So, for example, if you looked at the Victorian Suicide Register or any other suicide register, and you identified that a proportion of people in the register, there was some evidence that they had a mental illness at the time of their death. That's important to know. But what you really want to know is how that compares with the rest of the population. You know, is it really elevated, or is it just similar to the rest of the population? So by linking data to other sources like population-based databases of some sort, or sometimes hospital-based databases, it's possible to learn a lot more. You can make comparisons more readily between people who did die by suicide and people who didn't, and that's where it's possible to learn stuff about what it is about the difference between people who did and didn't die by suicide that might tell you something about how you could address particular risk factors or promote particular protective factors.
You spoke in your evidence to the Victorian Royal Commission of the so-called psychological autopsy studies, which seem to be individual case investigations where someone dies by suicide.
Yeah, so they're not individual case investigations. They're quite detailed investigations into the deaths of a number of people who've died by suicide, and the idea is the same, that they're about looking at what the circumstances might have been, learning stuff about what's led up to these deaths. The term I don't like this term psychological autopsy, but that's the term that gets used. So what tends to happen is that there are quite structured and detailed, or there is quite structured and detailed information that's provided by family members and friends about the circumstances leading up to the death and the life of the person. And sometimes there are also similar efforts made with people who've remained alive, for the reason that I was saying before, that it's good sometimes to be able to make a comparison to see if there are targets for intervention. So I guess they're like individual case studies, but it's multiple individual case studies.
Thank you, Professor. Turning now to the topic again of media, you've written concerning the significance of the role of the media in suicide prevention, and you've researched that area. Might you just speak shortly to that topic?
Sure. So we've done quite a lot of work in the area, and initially in the early 2000s, we were very interested in whether there was certain types of media reporting that might lead to additional deaths, because we were concerned that there might be reporting, and in fact we showed that there was reporting that, for example, is really glorifies suicides or provides really detailed information about the method of suicide. We and others around the world have shown that that can lead to spikes in suicide numbers immediately following the reports. So that was kind of some of the early work we did, and we worked with Everymind, who are based in New South Wales, who have developed these guidelines called Mindframe, which encourage journalists to report responsibly on suicide if they're going to report on it. But during all that work, we got interested in whether it was all kind of about the negative outcomes of bad reporting. And so we got interested in whether it was possible to look at the positive outcomes of good, not so much good reporting, although we have done a bit of that, but more positive outcomes of using the media in other ways. So that was what led us to create the documentary I talked about called Man Up. We wondered whether a really well-made documentary that provided a really considered look at male suicide might have suicide preventive effects, as well as being a documentary that people might just view like they'd view any other documentary. And we've also been doing some work looking at public service announcements, so short 30-second public service announcements, suicide prevention public service announcements, whether they can have an impact as well. So yeah, and other people have also looked at whether there are certain types of reporting in traditional media, like in news and information media, that might have a positive effect. So I have a colleague in Austria whose name is Thomas Niederkrottenthaler, who has looked at whether reporting of the mastery of a suicidal crisis. So instead of reporting about a death, reporting on someone who's come through a suicidal crisis can have positive impacts. And he's shown that it can. You can, just as you can get spikes with not such great reporting, you can get decreases in suicide following these stories of that are much better, that are about it being possible to get through a suicidal crisis.
I think there may have been some recently in the Sydney Morning Herald's Good Weekend, but I've forgotten what they are now. Do you see some role in this connection with the Australian Defence Forces and veterans? How would the use of media help there?
Yeah, I was wondering that. So, I mean, I think certainly our work has shown that media campaigns in whatever form seem to have some potential to do good. What I would say, though, is that it's really important to get the messaging in any campaign right, and probably to get it right, you'd want to be co-designing it with current and former serving members.
And even people with lived experience.
Absolutely, yeah.
I know this is a difficult question, but what kind of recommendations do you think might be urgent and pressing strategies for the Australian Defence Force and the Department of Veterans Affairs to progress suicide prevention and stop deaths by suicide?
Yeah. Well, I think it is a difficult question. And as I said at the beginning, it's not my specific area, but I think that there is stuff that can be learned from the broader suicide prevention field, and the programs and interventions that seem to be useful and thinking through how they might be applied in this context. But also, I would say the last thing I said, that in doing that, it would be really important to make sure that they're shaped by current and former serving members with and without lived experience of suicide, and their families.
Commissioners, I have no further questions at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown.
Professor Purkis, thank you very much for your evidence this afternoon. I just have a couple of questions. Well, firstly, maybe a comment. You talked about norms that encourage behaviour in certain ways, and it immediately made me think of some of what we've heard about the Australian Defence Force, where there is, I guess, it seems from what we've heard, a culture of not being able to show your vulnerability, of having to be strong, and, you know, not show weakness, and perhaps this culture of silence that we've heard quite a bit about that might discourage help seeking. So it does seem to fit into what you were describing there potentially.
Yeah, I think it probably does, and in fact, it's a more extreme example than some of the examples that I'm talking about, because it's because you can completely see how that those norms have emerged, I guess. But I think that doesn't mean that it's not possible to normalise help seeking.
Yeah, possibly just makes it a bit harder, but
Yeah.
The other question is possibly similar, and just focusing for the time being on those in current serving in the Australian Defence Force. We know from some of the previous research that's been done, you know, there is a process for selection, recruitment to the Defence Force that includes psychological screening. So in theory, at least, you should have a kind of healthy worker effect. But we also know the research tells us that those in the ADF actually have a higher prevalence of suicidal ideation, a similar level of suicide attempts, and a lower level of suicide deaths while serving. And so I guess and that's compared to the non-ADF population.
Yeah.
I guess the question there is then that issue about the higher levels of suicidal ideation, which doesn't necessarily translate through to a higher level of deaths, but wondering, can you tackle that? Is there any programs that you're aware of that might help to tackle higher levels of suicidal ideation in such a population?
Yeah, and it is interesting that it's almost a mismatch, although you would wonder about how that then carries over to people leaving the Defence Forces. So I think, again, I'd say that it's a mix of probably some good indicated interventions that really teach people good skills in dealing with suicidal thoughts. So clinical or quasi-clinical kind of programs that do that, but also the normative kind of stuff that I was talking about. I mean, it's interesting actually that you say that because I was thinking about that too, that the selection process means that you should have a healthy worker effect, but in fact there are greater levels of suicidal thinking. So something's happening once people join the Defence Force.
Yeah, thank you. I have two other questions. One is, talked about the importance of connection and gave the example of mates in construction, which connects people up with their mates. We've heard earlier today, we've had a session about the importance of family, and it seems connection to family is the other obvious connection.
Yeah. Yeah.
and I do wonder whether the self-reliance might be a method of trying to protect family from distress. But are you aware of programs or models that we could look at that help, in terms of suicide prevention, help build the connections with family?
I'm not. I wonder whether there might be some, I realise it's a different cohort and a different age group, but I wonder whether there are some, it's worth looking at some schools programs, or even education more generally, I guess, education for older adolescents and young people.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is a slightly different one. You talked about suicide registers and what we can learn from them, which kind of immediately took me then to the big data and the role of things like artificial intelligence and looking at big data. Do you have any comments to offer around that?
So there's a bit of work that's been done in suicide prevention, looking at things like, for example, whether you can predict whether someone might be at very heightened risk of suicide based on their social media activity. But I think we're a long way from being able to do that. Even in the face-to-face world, a really long-standing experienced clinician can't do that. So it's hard to expect it to be possible from often quite brief discussion on social media. However, there are some things that are probably quite good. So I think some of the big social media platforms have done things like introducing sort of helpline information if people use particular terms in their posts or whatever. So you get a pop-up box with the number for Lifeline or whatever. So there's probably some potential there. And there's also Joe Robinson from Origin here has created a program called Chat Safe, which is designed for young people and recognises that young people do and will talk about suicide online. So rather than trying to prevent them doing that, it's about encouraging them to do it in a way that's safe if they're going to do it. And also safe not only for others, but also protects them. There's a lot of stuff in Chat Safe about, if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed yourself, take a break from it, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Professor, there's some evidence that in the States, Veterans Affairs there are using data mining of personnel and health records to help identify people most at risk and to try to intervene to assist them. Do you know of anything happening in that area here?
I don't actually. I don't.
There's some articles through the RAND Corporation identifying some of what's being done. It's been suggested to us before that it might be more feasible there because of the larger numbers of people.
Well, I was going to say that, and specific systems that allow for that sort of thing to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I don't have any specific questions apart from thanking you for your evidence today and for all you do. Mr. Fordham, is there anything you wanted to raise?
No, thank you.
Mr. Connor, are there any matters arising?
Nothing further, Commissioners. Might Professor Perkins be released from the summons?
Yes, you're excused from your summons to appear, and thank you again. We very much appreciate it. We'll just have a...
Thank you very much. Thanks for listening. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
We are running late, so we're going to have a very short break and come back.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 2:35. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ribagotti.
Thank you, Commissioners. We will now hear from Professor Louise Newman. Professor Newman will give evidence on the topics of child development, parental attachment, the impact of trauma on early development, the nature of intergenerational trauma, the importance of identifying early risk factors in infant and children for the later development of mental illness, and also the importance of early intervention. I call the witness.
Professor Newman, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Operator, please display Professor Newman's tender bundle list. Commissioners, you'll see there are documents 1 through to 3, Professor Newman's brief biography, CV, and her list of publications. From documents 4 to 11, they are papers that Professor Newman has provided. Document 13, if we just go to the next page, operator. I should say document 12 is Professor Newman's statement to the Victorian Royal Commission into Victoria's mental health system. And document 13 is a position statement from the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists. I tender those documents, that bundle.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Thank you, Commissioners. Professor Newman, are you the Director of the Perinatal and Infant Psychiatry at the Professorial Unit, Albert Road Clinic, and a Professor of Psychiatry at the University of Melbourne?
Yes, I am.
Were you formerly a Director of the Centre for Women's Mental Health at the Royal Women's Hospital in Melbourne?
Yes.
And is it correct to say that you commenced in that role in 2014 and recently ceased in 2021?
Yes, that's correct.
In 1981, did you obtain a Bachelor of Arts with honours in psychology?
Yes.
And in 1988, a Bachelor of Medicine, a Bachelor of Surgery with honours?
Yes.
Professor Newman, in 2006, did you obtain a PhD at the University of Sydney?
Yes, I did.
What was the subject of your PhD?
My PhD was on the developmental implications of trauma in the infant period of development.
Thank you. And you're a Fellow of the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatrists?
Yes, I am.
And you hold a certificate in child, adolescent and family psychiatry from the college, which you obtained in 1994?
Yes.
Professor Newman, are you a practising infant psychiatrist with expertise in distressed early parenting and attachment difficulties in infants?
Yes, I am.
And do you have a research interest in intergenerational trauma and the impact of trauma on early development?
Yes, that's my main focus of research.
Tell me, Professor Newman, does your current research focus on, among other topics, the evaluation of infant parent interventions in high-risk populations and the neurobiology of parenting behaviour?
Yes.
And Professor Newman, in 2011, were you appointed a member of the Order of Australia for service to medicine in the fields of perinatal, child and adolescent mental health, to education and as an advocate for refugees and asylum seekers?
Yes, I was.
Thank you, Professor Newman. Might we first start with the topic of childhood development. Professor Newman, might you begin by identifying and explaining to the Commissioners the different periods of childhood development?
Yes, thank you. I think at the outset, it should be stated that development is seen as a continuous and ongoing process as opposed to fixed stages of development. But there are some critical periods in development where children need certain experiences, both in terms of their neurodevelopmental processes, but also in terms of psychological development. So in developmental models, we tend to think about infancy as a very important period of development. So that's referring to the period from roughly 0 to 4 years, so up to the preschool period. Very important in terms of early brain development and psychosocial development. We think about the primary school age child as having a whole range of new experiences, but particularly social experiences in terms of school and peer relationships. And then we think about adolescence, and particularly the high school period is very important. But development clearly continues into young adulthood. And so vulnerabilities and difficulties in development at earlier stages can certainly impact those later stages. Development obviously continues into adult life and into old age. So it's very much a model of those continuous processes of development. And those developmental processes are shaped and influenced by, obviously, on one level, parenting and social experiences, but also the environment of the child and the sort of input and care that they receive right from the beginning of life.
Thank you. And Professor Newman, does one also consider perinatal development? Can you also look at in utero development as well and influences that might apply then?
Yes. We know, for example, that the in utero development is very much influenced by the mental state of a mother-to-be. Particularly, most of the research has looked at anxiety. That can be very high for some women during pregnancy. For example, women who have an anxiety difficulty or are in stress-inducing relationships, such as in situations of domestic violence or other forms of emotional abuse. The reason that's a significant insult to the developing baby is that it's often associated with stress, the release of stress-related hormones, which we know can have a direct impact on fetal development, including brain development and growth overall. So vulnerability in a developmental sense can begin in utero. If mothers are very depressed, that often begins in pregnancy as well. So pregnancy is a very important time for mental health interventions because it sets up particular vulnerabilities for babies and in early parenting. The perinatal period, it really refers to in utero development and roughly the first year, 18 months of life. And that again is part of that very early critical period of early development when the majority of the basic wiring that the brain needs for functioning is being set up. And infants are very much influenced by the quality of emotional care and parenting that they receive during that time. So it's a critical period for early intervention and also for prevention of later difficulties.
And that is why is it that particular focus is given to the perinatal and infant periods of development, without excluding, obviously, enough the importance of later stages or periods.
Yes, correct. That's become recognised as one of the most critical early periods, and there's also been a huge amount of research and growing evidence about the public health importance of actually providing support and care for women and families during pregnancy and the early parenting stage, partly obviously for the well-being of parents, but also for the well-being and promoting healthy development in children. So that's what we would refer to as that capacity for primary prevention. In other words, the prevention of developmental problems by intervening as early as possible.
Thank you. Now, Professor Newman, to the extent that you haven't already addressed this issue, might you explain generally the principles behind childhood development?
Yes, there are some core principles that we use when we're describing developmental processes and assessing any developmental risk that an infant or child might be experiencing. One is obviously the environment and social factors that surround and shape the infant of the development. Do they have stable accommodation, for example? Do they have stable carers and attachment figures? Those are very important factors. Are they getting enough in the way of stimulation and input and basic care? So, for example, we think about some infants and children who might be experiencing significant neglect. That's a lack of appropriate care and experience that they need for healthy development. So those are the broader factors. Some communities are very much at risk in terms of being able to parent in the way that they would like. They might be living in poverty. They might be surrounded by community disruption and community violence. we're witnessing currently infants and young children displaced from families in situations of war and conflict. So those are some of the very severe examples. But certainly in our own community, we have some communities who struggle to meet the challenges of parenting. The significance of the context is that that really shapes the next level that's important to think about in terms of development, and that's the capacity of parents to be available, responsive to a child, and to prioritise that child's needs. If parents are struggling themselves with social factors, poverty, violence, and so on, sometimes children might not receive those optimal experiences that they require. So the capacity to be an emotionally available parent very much shapes that child's experience of interaction and relationships. Quality of emotional care is very much related to early brain development. So children who are in positive, caring relationships where they're responded to tend to have better brain growth, summarising a large body of research. There are examples, of course, where that doesn't occur, that have been studied extensively, such as the Romanian and Bulgarian orphans, children in situations of deprivation, lack of regular care and support. So that has both biological and neurological as well as psychosocial implications. We need to think about development in a very broad sense because there are multiple interacting levels of factors and risk factors that can impact development, ranging from genetic factors, for example. So some babies are more vulnerable on a genetic level to both potential neurodevelopmental problems or mental health issues. Some babies have innate neurodevelopmental disorders, so-called, but things like autistic spectrum disorders, or we might see babies and young children who are very much impacted by alcohol consumed by a parent during pregnancy, for example, other substances. So there are a range of both genetic and biological risk factors. Then there are, as I mentioned, the psychological and attachment-based factors, which are about the quality of care and parenting, and that always reflects the quality of the social environment and cultural factors that can have both protective but also sometimes negative impacts on family functioning. So all those different levels, if we're evaluating child development, should be taken into account.
Yes, and I take it is a process of reciprocal interaction between the child and the primary caregiver that is fundamental in, if we can put it this way, healthy brain development.
Yes, so human infants are born with innate biologically programmed capacities to start interacting and seek social connection right from birth. Even in utero, they're listening to the environment, the external environment. But we are, as human beings, programmed to look for and seek social connection and care. As a species, humans are born in we describe it as a relative state of prematurity. So we're not able to fend for ourselves like some other animals. We cannot get our own food. We cannot regulate our own body temperatures. We're actually dependent on others for survival. So their capacity to begin attaching to others has species survival value. So it is something that's developed over the course of evolution. So it's very much an innate primary drive that we have to connect with others. And babies are born with a whole range of capacities, which we have studied extensively in terms of signalling need to others. And what they need, essentially, is someone who observes them and is able to respond more or less accurately, more or less in a consistent fashion. And that promotes a sense of security, helps infants with anxiety, and allows them to experience a lot of the chemical changes that are needed for healthy brain development.
Yes, and you have mentioned the notion of attachment. Might you explain to the commissioners what attachment is?
So attachment, as it's used in the psychological sense, refers to those enduring emotional connections that infants develop, usually from around clear attachment figures or people that they look to for feelings of security and comfort from about 12 months of age. Though the beginnings of those relationships are from the beginning of life. So John Bowlby, who developed the original notions of attachment, studied a whole range of animal species and spoke about how that's evolved in the humans to quite an advanced level, where infants have the need for social connection. They can signal their own emotional states. And the aim of the attachment system, as he called it, is really to provide infants with that capacity to know who in the world is their available carer and how to signal to that carer what they actually need. And they'll do that very clearly. If that carer, for whatever reasons, has difficulties in response, the system is elevated in terms of its capacity for signalling. They'll actually signal more that they need attention, and they're seeking that sort of close response. So it is about the nature of emotional response. As children get older than 12 months and by the preschool period, they know very clearly who their person or people are, who are their attachment figures, as we call them. Children can have more than one attachment figure. It's not just talking about biological mothers or biological fathers. And in some cultural groups, children have many discriminated attachment figures, which is probably very protective and a good thing. And in some situations, that's very positive and has negative impacts when disrupted. But at the very least, children need one person who's attentive to them, who reads them and responds to them most of the time. And it is an innate biological system.
And that is the kind of attachment that an infant needs to thrive and to develop into a psychologically healthy adult. Is that what one might say?
Yes, our early experiences and development of attachment relationships shapes later relationships and how we engage with others. So if we have positive early attachment experiences and we develop a sense of trust in other people, the capacity to communicate emotionally and to understand emotions in ourselves and in other people. Children who might have less optimal experiences can be anxious about attachment, so worried about, is someone going to be there for them? They might have difficulties with self-esteem, or they might be quite disorganised and not able to form trusting relationships with others. So it's very much influenced by the quality of those early relationships.
So it's fair to say then that the quality of an early emotional interaction and the context of the attachment relationship will shape early development and will have an impact on later development and later life.
Yes. So we frequently see in mental health services individuals who've had very difficult early relationships who are still struggling in their young adulthood and adult life to have better quality of interaction. They have some fundamental insecurities and they might need psychological support for that.
And might I ask you, Professor Newman, to expand on what child behaviour might look like when their needs are not being met, when they don't have an adequate attachment?
Yes, attachment theory and research have described varying patterns of behavioural disturbances that we can observe if children are insecure or highly anxious about the availability of caretakers and attachment. Some children will approach people to get their emotional needs met. And sometimes they can, even if they have been neglected, for example, they might approach strangers to try and have emotional connection with them. So that's one particular pattern. There are other children who become avoidant, meaning that they think, well, no one really responds to me, so I'll just look after myself. And they might be very young, and that's not appropriate and it's risky, but they still back away from attachment. There are other children who, if they've particularly been in quite traumatic early relationships, can be quite angry and confused about attachment, and they show a variety of different problems. Some of those children, who we refer to as disorganised in terms of attachment, might have difficulty regulating their behaviour, so they can have behaviour problems quite early on in life. They might have what we call oppositional or defiant behaviours, meaning bad behaviour, to put it colloquially, and difficulties in regulating their own feelings. The significance of that is that that can persist and again can cause major functional difficulties. So these are the children who find behaviour and regulating themselves in schools difficult. It can disrupt peer relationships, and they can often have behavioural and angry outbursts because they're quite fearful and anxious, and often directed anger at caretakers who they feel have not been available for them. So that's falling into the more clinical area. So there's a spectrum of behavioural and emotional disturbances that children can have related to disturbances of early attachment, but the most significant will be what we call disorganisation of attachment. That's the clearest group that have had ongoing studies looking at the development of behaviour problems and psychological and emotional problems over the course of childhood and adolescence.
And presumably where disorganising behaviours exist within a distressed family, that can then place additional stress on the caregivers.
Yes, it's important and child and adolescent mental health services will frequently see children with these range of difficulties. There's a real need to assess how families are functioning, were there any vulnerability factors both within the child from birth, but also in the quality of care and parenting, or were families stressed or experiencing their own mental health or other difficulties. So that's part of an assessment. By the time sometimes families present, children are presenting with very difficult behaviours that just put increasing stress on families, vulnerable families without support, who might be struggling to know how to best help their child and to respond to their child, are going to be highly stressed. And it's that vicious cycle where that will then impact on family functioning. And sadly, that's where we sometimes see the breakdown of parenting, where parents just say, I can't manage this child. I can't do it. And they can become quite rejecting because they're overwhelmed by the situation, or if there are existing mental health problems, such as depression in parents, for example, that will potentially exacerbate those problems. So managing a so-called difficult child, who might well be difficult because of a vulnerable family, just increases that escalating cycle of stress on parents.
And if we can turn then to some of the factors that can adversely affect child development, it's fair to say, isn't it, that trauma and adversity are key factors?
Yes. In a broad sense, that would be the largest grouping of factors that we know from the evidence are associated with a whole range of mental health problems developing later in the lifespan, particularly early trauma. Most of the research would stress, as I'm arguing, the importance of early care and relationships and vulnerability that can be established very early. But the word trauma is really used, some would argue overused, but the way that we use it in mental health is to refer to significant issues that cause both biological and psychological extreme stress in children. Obviously, at one end of the spectrum, we sadly see child maltreatment and even abuse of children. That's clearly a major stress and a traumatic experience with long-term developmental implications. But families and children can be stressed for many reasons. They might be experiencing mental health problems, often in parents. They might be impacted by displacement, loss, poverty, unemployment, homelessness. So we think of the social disruptions to family life that are very significant. Mental health issues, obviously very important. So the word trauma refers to a whole range of different factors. But that clustering together of significant stress and trauma children are particularly vulnerable to that, largely because of the rapid rate at which they're, particularly in early childhood, their brains are developing, and their sensitivity to the extremes of stress-related hormones and the lasting implications of having suboptimal care. The significance of this is that having a focus on better identification of trauma and adversity that are likely to be impacting child development and understanding children's problems as arising in that context is very important for planning interventions and the sorts of supports that vulnerable families need, as opposed to waiting until a child presents to a mental health service with an established difficulty. And most of us who work in child mental health and at this sort of area are very much advocates for early intervention models as opposed to the treatment of established disorders.
Thank you, Professor Newman. And you have spoken then about the development of the developing brain or the developing child. How does trauma, broadly defined, impact on a child's neurobiological development?
Yes, I think the clearest way of summarising it is to consider the role of what we call stress-related hormones. So adrenaline, noradrenaline, these are the hormones, and cortisol levels are all elevated in situations of severe stress, high levels of stress and trauma. So there's a biological component to this. We've all had experiences where we've had shocks or accidents and so on. We know what that galvanising feeling is related to those stress-related hormones. What people have been studying is very much the impact of high levels of those hormones on the developing brain. So the child, as much as an adult, has a rush of those sorts of hormones. And sadly, some of the children we see with clinical issues have had those occurring on a daily basis, sometimes in an ongoing way, because the quality of their social world is traumatising by definition. So those high levels of hormones affects brain growth, and particular parts of the brain are sensitised. So humans try and adapt and survive even in very adverse circumstances. So even small babies who have been in situations of trauma are galvanised to self-protect, and it's quite a noticeable reaction in very young babies who scan their environment. They look around, for example. They're very much on the lookout for danger. So it's an innate sort of capacity that we have. The negative side of that is that growing up with a nervous system and brain that's functioning as a highly stressed survival mode means that other parts of the brain that are needed for healthier development, particularly capacities to regulate feeling states and actually manage stress, are less operative. So that's why it's significant. We talk about stress regulating parts of the brain. That's the so-called hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, which is a thing that we all use every day when we're driving on the traffic, for example. We need to be able to function if a stressful thing occurs. For people who've had significant traumatic disruption of brain development, that can either be hyperactive or poorly functional. Very important basic disruption to brain development can occur. That will then have major functional difficulties. So people who are highly stressed and traumatised expect the worst and are primed to respond. So these are the children who get in trouble in the playground because they self-protect and hit out first if they feel under threat, rather than wait and do the things that we all think they should be doing, which is to reflect on what's happening and to learn better self-regulation. So there's something about those fine-tuning of emotional states that can be very disrupted. That can affect behaviour, that can affect peer relationships in a negative way. So it really is quite significant. The adults that we see within the forensic system, people who get into trouble through being highly impulsive, violent on occasion, not thinking or reflecting on their actions, often have had very traumatic childhoods, as we know, and presumably some of their difficulties relate to disruption of brain development.
Yes, so these then are some of the risk factors for early stressors, early
Yes.
trauma. And then is it a risk factor too for developing poor psychosocial outcomes and increased risks for non-suicidal self-injury or suicidal behaviours? Are you able to comment on that in particular?
Yes, so early, particularly early trauma, but over the course of childhood, if we follow groups of those children into later life, is certainly associated with that difficulty in managing feelings. So people who do can't manage particularly negative feelings, anger, disappointment, frustration, are more likely to engage in self-harming behaviours. It also affects mood regulation. So these children and young people are more likely to experience depressive reactions. And certainly most youth mental health services see a whole range of children and young people suffering with mood swings, difficulties in staying in an even state. They're more likely to experience suicidal ideation and to find management of negative feelings particularly difficult. They frequently attract various mental health diagnoses, such as depression and anxiety, because they're often very anxious because these are very negative states to be in. They're more likely to be involved in the mental health system, even sometimes requiring inpatient residential treatment. They're more likely to have contact with juvenile justice and forensic systems because of difficulties in managing impulses. They're also more at risk of engaging in substance misuse. And sometimes that's very clearly a way of trying to manage and regulate emotional states through whatever substances are available.
Thank you.
So it is a very high risk developmental pathway.
Yes, thank you, Professor Newman. And you have spoken about the importance of the perinatal and the infancy period for the child, and then also of early intervention and indeed primary intervention. How then does the age of the child play a role, if you can just address that a little more deeply?
Well, the age and the developmental tasks at various ages are very important to understand when we're planning intervention and support. We certainly have opportunities that we probably don't use, in my opinion, enough for prevention early on. That, of course, requires that we have mechanisms for actually being better at identifying vulnerable families, vulnerable parents to be, and putting in place the sorts of supports that might be helpful, with a focus on promoting healthy child development, even in the face of some risk factors. And there's certainly increasing evidence about the importance of that. When children are at school, there's a whole range of different opportunities, which might be to have school-based identification systems, a stronger mental health response within schools, which is certainly happening in some states where there's a greater emphasis on having counsellors and mental health staff actually embedded within schools. That's frequently something that seems to be particularly helpful to, again, identify those children who are vulnerable, who are already showing signs that they can't manage behaviourally or are failing educationally. Because these are things that are, in terms of development, very much putting a child at risk if they're underperforming and if their behaviour and emotional troubles mean that they can't be educated in the way that they could be. They're not achieving to their potential. So school is another opportunity, and parents also can and family members can be engaged with the appropriate staff to actually support the child and better understand how their child might be reacting to whatever issues a family might be experiencing, and to actually help that child. Adolescence is also a critical time for intervention. We know that many mental health problems present in adolescence. Of course, they've got their origins much earlier, and vulnerability is established very early. But in terms of presenting for help, it's often in an acute state of distress, and the needs are very, very significant. And mental health services, I think it's reasonable to say, have struggled to provide the level of care that's needed for very troubled adolescents and young people who are failing in a school environment, might be at risk in terms of their mental health, might be at risk of homelessness, and so on, and everything that goes along with that. Self-harming behaviours in sexual exploitation and victimisation. So there's a whole cluster of risk that we have been struggling with, as well as the onset of very severe mental health problems. So hence the youth mental health sector has worked extensively in trying to build those services. I think from my perspective, it's important that we think longitudinally about early development and take that maybe broader perspective of not just one age group, but how do we intervene in developmental processes and support families better in terms of what they can do to manage their own vulnerabilities and support children. The majority of parents, even if they have particular issues themselves and are troubled, in my opinion, are highly motivated to parent safely and to parent in a positive way. But they might well need support in that.
And might I put these propositions to you? Is it fair to say that the earlier the child is exposed to a stressor, the more likely an adverse outcome, or that the higher the risk? And that's the first proposition. And then the second is that intervention should be a continuum, that at every, picking up on something you just said a little bit earlier, and consistently with a continuum of development.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is a continuum. To answer the second part initially, developmental needs change over time. There are different intervention models and different services that are required for different age groups. And our services sometimes get organised into silos where it's up to a certain age you go here. Once you've had a birthday of a certain, then you move to another service. How the challenge is how we maintain a developmental focus. The majority of mental health issues have their early risk factors. So it's not as if we spontaneously develop mental health problems without preceding vulnerability or risk. Now, sometimes that's might be a genetic vulnerability, but again, if we have family histories of particular severe problems, that suggests that we should be intervening and being able to monitor children who might be vulnerable, or if family functioning is disrupted for whatever reason. The early risk factors and early trauma in particular and other severe stressors are particularly important because they sensitise the brain to later stress. So if you've had significant early trauma and then have the unfortunate outcome of having other stress, it's compounding because it's sensitising the brain in a particular way. It sets up that neurologically based vulnerability. So it makes, from my perspective, logical sense to do more in the way of early intervention, but that doesn't mean we don't obviously need specific services that are developmentally targeted for children at different ages.
And I take it this is why then the parents' mental health matters to the child, both in the moment, but also across the child's lifetime.
Yes, it certainly matters in the sense that right from the beginning, a parent's own mental health and their emotional health is absolutely crucial to the quality of care they can give their child. They might be highly motivated, but let's say experiencing depression, or the family might be very stressed for whatever reasons, or they've got social adversity and are feeling depressed and overwhelmed by a situation. All of these factors impact directly the quality of care and the emotional interaction with the baby and the very young child, which is shaping their brain development. So these are patterns that get set up very early. So there's certainly been a much greater emphasis in services and public health approaches to better identify mental health issues in families and in parents, and with a focus on improving their parenting ability and the support that they might need for early parenting. We've certainly seen that in, as an example, in the Victorian, following the Mental Health Royal Commission, where we're very pleased that we will have some parenting services directly in child and adolescent paediatric hubs, so where children and parents can have a sort of one-stop shop model to actually get much more in the way of parenting advice and support, particularly where there's risk factors like mental health.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Newman, what might be the implications for a child or an infant and adolescent whose parents are experiencing chronic suicidality, or indeed where there has been a completed suicide in the family?
Well, both of those situations have potentially very serious implications for children and for their own mental health and wellbeing and for their development. Sadly, some children are exposed to situations of chronic and ongoing suicidality in a troubled parent, and they are in a state following that of really high anxiety about a potentially tragic outcome. Children are often very aware of those sorts of situations. Sadly, sometimes they might even witness self-harming behaviour, so there are a whole range of circumstances that can impact children's capacity to deal with that mental health issue in particular. A completed suicide and a loss of a parent in such a tragic way, the impact very much depends on what the child has been exposed to previously, but also the age of the child and their capacity and the capacity of people around them to actually support them by giving them some sort of opportunity to think and be supported in understanding how these things can happen. The risks are that if we don't support children in these situations, that particularly for the younger child, they might even be in that sort of psychological state where they blame themselves. So quite young children, 4, 5, 6, will say, I must have been a bad child and behaved in a negative way for my parent not to want to live and to end their lives, which is really quite a very difficult thing to recover from and to grow up with. The other issue for adolescents and the slightly older children is that having had a parent complete suicide or even witnessing multiple suicidal behaviours and having discussions about suicidal ideation, is that it increases the likelihood that that child themselves, in their distress and often depression, will themselves have suicidal ideation or even engage in self-harming behaviours. So that's a very an example of that transgenerational repetition.
Yes.
Where the stress of one generation goes to the next.
That leads me to a number of questions about transgenerational trauma. But first, let me address this. Tell me, how might one intervene in the case of a child who has either where the family experiences chronic suicidality or where there has been a completed suicide? And are there differences in each case?
There are differences. I think that the fundamental principles is that we need to be proactive in terms of having a model of intervention. That's not available in all areas, to my knowledge. We need to have people who are child and adolescent mental health practitioners who have training in how to approach issues of loss, grief and suicide in particular with various ages of children. That's quite a specialised task. It's not all clinicians are necessarily going to have that sort of background or be able to do that. So I think the principle is to have systems that can be responsive and flexible. And by that I mean that we can have urgent evaluation of the needs of the child or young adolescent given the events that have occurred. If children are identified who are exposed to chronic suicidality and everything that can go along with that in a parent, which is often severe depression, episodes of anxiety, substance misuse. There's often associated family conflict, that whole clustering of difficulties. Those are the children who are highly anxious about the availability of care and their attachment figures. They're also angered and they can't understand what's happening. And depending on their age, they might blame themselves or be more angry and wanting to leave the family, run away, but they're very troubled. So that's a specific sort of need for programs that actually help those children and young people re-engage with a supportive system. And those, to date have, in my view, been fairly lacking. Dealing with it and supporting a child following death by suicide is a very specialised form of grief counselling and trauma, which needs a very clear trauma focus. It is not a traumatic loss under these circumstances. Is very complex. It's quite, in many ways, differs from, say, the loss of a parent through a non-self-inflicted accidental death or an illness, for example, where there might even be, particularly an illness, greater time for preparation, and the parent themselves might have been in a better state to actually talk to the child about loss and what it means and their wishes for the child's future. Children who suddenly lose a parent through a completed suicide are much more likely to have feelings of just utter abandonment, lack of understanding and confusion. So being able to have, and these are not just interventions that can be done in, a few sessions. Depending on the child's needs, they might need months of support through some of these processes to actually recover and to reduce their risks of feeling vulnerable themselves to ongoing trauma and even suicidality.
And accepting then that suicide is often stigmatised, is it important nonetheless really then to grasp the nettle and speak to children in an age-appropriate way about what has happened?
Yes, that's my view. I think sometimes there's a lack of discussion because lack of experienced clinicians or social stigma. Children might even be told sometimes within families, we don't discuss this outside of the family home. We can't, or some family members, extended family, elderly relatives, for example, might not even be told what's happening. Or children are told, well, this needs to be, in a way, a secret. Being able to have open discussions about the nature of a tragic loss, when children know that something has occurred anyway, is absolutely essential, I think, for them to be able to recover. The developmental implications of growing up with a sort of pathological secret, it just in children, very negative. That breaks down their capacity to trust others, and they're carrying it around with them as this very disturbing reality that they can't understand because silence has descended. That's very risky. So I think sometimes, though, families in the midst of a crisis like this certainly need some guidance and support in how best to support a child or young person, because few people have confronted this sort of reality before, and to help parents and surviving parents and relatives to help the child is a fundamental part of intervention, regardless of what age group we're talking about, because not many parents will have automatically ideas about, well, what should I do? So that can contribute sometimes to a lack of dealing with the issue.
And might I turn to another issue? You have spoken of the impact, the adverse impact of abuse on the child abuse. But what if a child is to witness domestic violence, that is to say, abuse of a primary caregiver? How does that compare?
Well, yes, and in troubled families, there's often that sort of situation where children can be indirectly exposed to abusive behaviour in that they witness violence. The majority of cases, not all, but the majority is where a child witnesses attacks on their primary carer. If we have women as victims of abuse in some of these acute, these stressful situations. Sometimes children are both direct and indirect, experience both direct and indirect exposures to violence. They can witness violence. They can also be caught up in conflict and might actually be punished or hurt themselves. So we need to understand that these things go together in around 50% of cases. If a child is a witness, the stress effects are pretty much equivalent, as far as we know from research, to being a direct victim. And if you look at the outcome of children in those situations, the same patterns of being highly stressed, conflicted, confused about why this behaviour is occurring, and still the same risk of repeating it in their own peer relationships or even in their disrupting their development in terms of relationships occur with direct, indirect exposure to the witnessing of violence. That's essentially because the child is highly fearful in that situation. They're worried about the loss of attachment figures. They don't understand violent behaviour and how it can be occurring. And they have that same very stressed situation. Some children, slightly older children, will try and intervene in these situations and protect the parent. They can feel very angry at the perpetrator of the violence, but also at the parent who is the subject of violence, because they want them to stop it. So it's a very confusing picture for children. So the implications for development are as significant of direct child abuse.
And tell me, from these various stressors, is it possible to distill the fact that enduring unpredictability can have an adverse impact on the child? They don't know what is coming next. Is that a stressor?
Yes, unpredictability, particularly of how the grown-ups around you or caretaking figures behave, is very stressful. Children are, right from the beginning, very much programmed to try and understand the behaviour of others. It's what we as humans do. So they like to understand patterns in behaviour. They need to know that when I signal to someone that I need something, I can get a response. If they're growing up in environments which are really tragically characterised by fear, chaos, sometimes even violence, and parents who behave in inexplicable ways, they desperately try and predict ahead of time. So children will be self-protective to the extent that they can be, but that's very difficult for them. So a child in the face of a violent parent, for example, might recognise some of the signs that things are escalating or that someone might be becoming distressed. They can hide. Some children, even if they're old enough, will leave a house and take shelter elsewhere. They will try and be silent and so on. So they will actually do what they can. But often they're living on, if you like, on tenterhooks, because explosions happen. If someone's a troubled person who's likely to be explosive or to have episodes where they're very troubled, they come very unexpectedly, cannot easily be predicted, and children are very negatively impacted by that, both at a biological level because it's a high stress situation, and psychologically because the world and people around you are unpredictable and dangerous. And that's literally what these children experience.
Yes, and on the topic of unpredictability, and this might seem a comparatively benign impact, but if a child is moved from place to place, regularly moves, particularly in the younger years, does that have an impact? And if so, how?
Well, yes, it can have a negative impact, depending on the length of time that a family and a child has been in one area, and their capacity during that period of time to actually have relationships and attend in a stable way a school environment, to have a social circle and to gain the benefits that children need through having regular education and social contact. Families who are extremely mobile might suffer their children particularly suffer from that fundamental disruption. And often in some systems, there's a lack of notice, if you like, or notice can be short. And children can be told, well, now we're going to move. They might have just settled somewhere, be making friends, feeling more confident. So for some children, particularly those who are vulnerable, their families are stressed by this way of life, if you like, are much more vulnerable to finding that very difficult. So it's the disruption of routine, it's the disruption of education, and very importantly, the disruption of peer relationships.
So do they act as a protective factor almost if you are in an...
They are, yes. Those are all protective factors. And for parents who might be under stress themselves for whatever reasons, or the parenting relationship is having difficulties, there's a disruption to psychological support and psychological care. And from a mental health perspective, we certainly stress the importance of having a trusting relationship with, say, a psychologist or whoever the people might be consulting if there are individual or relationship issues. And that can sometimes needs to be enduring, not just a few months here and a few months there. That can be very disruptive, and it doesn't really work in terms of improving people's psychological and social functioning. So potentially that is a risk factor, yes.
Thank you, Professor Newman. Now, you have mentioned earlier the topic of intergenerational trauma. Might I ask you to explain that and expand on how it might arise?
Yes, that's really referring to the model that we use a lot in trying to understand children's development and mental health problems, about the way in which parents own traumatic issues. That might be referring to their own childhoods or their current circumstances, the ways in which those can impact parenting, childcare, and the child's experience. So it's the way in which trauma can literally impact the next generation, going from the generation of parents or sometimes grandparents. Some families, of course, have long histories of trauma that influence generations. Probably the best studied example would be Holocaust survivors, where there was a lot of work done fairly early on about the way in which those experiences affected survivors who then became parents, the way in which the parents' own history of trauma impacted their ideas and feelings about their children. So there was a lot of understanding going into those quite early days about the way in which trauma haunts, if you like, the relationship that parents have with their children. It's a very common mechanism. So if we think about early parenting, there are some people who themselves have experienced child abuse and neglect of various forms in their own life. They sincerely want to parent well and effectively, but they find themselves troubled by memories of their own early experiences that can have a negative impact on their capacity to parent their own child, which is very distressing. So that is a very clear example of what we call transgenerational or intergenerational. Intergenerational, we're referring to the fact that it can be more than two generations. But it's that transmission process. And the way it occurs is very much through the quality of parenting and quality of care. The implications of that is if we can better identify parents who are vulnerable, who have their own unresolved trauma and issues, and we can support them more clearly and in a more proactive way, then we can help them resolve and avoid repetition with the next generation. One of the facts we do know about child abuse at the serious end of the spectrum is that it's virtually universal that people who seriously abuse children have been abused themselves. And so that is, I think, one of the strongest reasons that we need to think about these sorts of mechanisms. And that might be even in the face of people not consciously wanting to do that. And I think that's important that we recognise and respect people's attempts to parent well and in a healthy fashion. But it shows just how powerful those early experiences can be. So it is very significant.
And you've spoken plainly enough about early intervention and why must it be early?
simply because the earlier we can identify and intervene, the less damage at both a psychological and a neurodevelopmental level is occurring. Established mental disorders, even if we're talking about something that an adolescent, say, who has a severe mental illness, so-called, are harder to treat. Prevention is better than cure, if you like. And so most people who are influenced thinking developmentally will try and look at, from a public health perspective as well, the importance of identifying vulnerability and trying, if at all possible, to prevent having to deal with established and severe disorder. Sadly, there are still too many people coming into mental health services and other support services who already have significant difficulties which have impacted their lives in a negative way. And I think once we've got people on these very negative pathways, it is harder to turn it around. So the main thrust of working with children and adolescents is very much to try and be proactively preventive. And even if we can't prevent because some harm has already come to a child or they're anxious or troubled, to have treatments around them as early as possible.
Yes. And tell me, what might interventions look like for children and then also perhaps families or distressed parents?
Well, they're linked in the sense that children, if we think about younger children and primary school age children, are not generally treated solely as individuals because we treat families concurrently. So children need to be seen and their family dynamics and the issues facing carers need to be understood as well, because whatever difficulties a child might be experiencing, they can both arise and be influenced by family functioning. So most services offering these sorts of interventions would describe themselves as child and family services. Children need the support of their important carers around them, and if families we need to put in extra supports for families. So there are family-based interventions. There are often sessions needed by parents themselves to talk about and help them understand the situation, the way it's impacted the child. There might be some individual counselling offered to children. Very much depends on the context and severity of the condition. But the focus is more holistic than, say, an individual adult who goes to see a mental health clinician who doesn't want anyone else to know anything, who's there to deal with issues of their own, which is a perfectly valid thing to do. For children, we look much more at the context in which children develop disorders and also how the social environment can be better harnessed to help them. So that includes families, carers, extended families, schools, and other social supports depending on their cultural group and location and so on. And helping parents to have those open discussions about difficulties that parents themselves might have been experiencing would be one, particularly if we're thinking about the families we're discussing today, a very helpful strategy to be able to open up those discussions to help parents understand in more detail the impact of the trauma of the parents and what they've been going through in terms of mental health and recovery, and how a child probably knows a lot more about that than they can understand because of exposure, and just to understand the situation more. Adolescents might well benefit from some more focused individual work because some of them already do have their own quite marked anxieties about the impact of the family troubles on them as individuals. They're struggling to establish their sense of identity and connection with peers and all the very important developmental things that adolescents need to do in terms of developing into young adults. But similarly, parents need to be involved in those discussions. Adolescents have greater options. Sometimes they might need consideration of, for example, placements with extended family or other living options if things are very difficult for them. So it very much has to be tailored to the needs of the individual child or adolescent. The implications of this is that we need the range of clinicians with both family skills, child assessment skills at the different ages, and the capacity to work with adolescents and within services such as residential services if they need that.
And I take it from what you've said about the holistic approach to helping the child. Is it true then, too, conversely, if you're looking at an adult, a distressed adult who needs some sort of psychological support, inquiries too should be made as to whether that person has children and whether there are children within the family unit who might also need to be assisted?
Oh, always. And I think, in my career, I was worked initially at a time when people admitted to acute care psychiatric facilities were not asked as a routine, do you have children at home? Which strikes us now as remarkable, but is absolutely essential that children are identified and that some assessment is actually done, particularly in some of these very severe circumstances of traumatic loss or suicidal behaviour, that people make the inquiries and that there's an outreach process where these children and young people can get support.
And tell me, if support is given to the distressed child, can that in turn positively affect the mental health and well-being of the carer, of the parents?
Yes, I think because many parents in these situations feel tremendous guilt, and that's very difficult for them. They, in the vast majority of cases, are not wanting to cause this sort of distress to children. Sometimes, of course, people are feeling so overwhelmed themselves, they might not at that time think about that, but once a situation might be calmer, they are very much feeling guilty and distressed about the harm they may have caused. So yes, helping children and having parents know that there is help available for children and that there are services available that will be proactive and engaged, I think can help lower the stress of that situation, and that will aid a parent's recovery from whatever they're going through.
And if we turn to the topic of serving and ex-serving members of defence personnel, those who are dying by suicide often have young families. They're young and they often have young families. Might you comment on the significance of this? Why is it important for the services to address the impact of ill health on the parents in these circumstances?
I think largely because we have such a high risk scenario created in that situation. We have a parent who is in the position of caring for young children often, who themselves is obviously bereaved, going through really very serious and distressing experiences of grief and loss. And children, we need to evaluate the children, I think, again, fairly proactively to see what they might have experienced in the events leading up to the loss. For example, witnessing suicidal behaviour or even exposure to domestic violence, if that was an issue, or parental loss of control, substance misuse. So a whole lot of very frightening and scary things for young children might have occurred. So we need to get very much a picture of what that child's been exposed to. The grieving parent, survivor parent, is in themselves often not in a condition where they can meet all the needs of the children. They too will experience their own feelings of grief, but guilt as well. Guilt is a major component in these sorts in families where parents are plagued with thoughts about what children might have been exposed to. It will potentially be very helpful for that parent to know that there are services that can be put in place where the needs of the children are recognised and the parent themselves has their own treatment as necessary and support to allow them to start that process. And it can be a longer term process of actually building up their relationship with their children and being able to support children through this. I think the greatest mistake is to not intervene in an appropriate way as soon as possible, to at least have those basic assessments and reviews taking place.
Yes. And what in your opinion, might the Defence Force offer to families to assist families? Might there be universal screening? Is there a screening tool? Is there something you might suggest?
In the aftermath of severe family disruption, there are a range of tools that could be used to look at parenting capacity and how parents are actually functioning. Post a traumatic loss, probably the most important initial assessment and screen is to look at someone's depressive symptoms and to look at a risk assessment in terms of the surviving parent's capacity to manage their feelings and not experience their own suicidal ideation. For children, the appropriate thing, in my view, is to actually do those clinical assessments, and offer some sort of fundamental, developmentally appropriate explanation of the situation the family is in for those children, depending on their age. From a service perspective, I think thinking initially systemically, what, in my view, would be helpful is to actually have the clinical expertise available, the systems worked out for identification of families where these things have happened, which should be there anyway, but more importantly, a response process. So it might be determined that there's a need for, in a universal sense, where families are impacted in this way, for assessment of children and assessment and support for the survivor parent from a mental health trauma-focused perspective. Now that certainly occurs in some cases, and is, but I think it's a matter of looking at issues such as what are the qualifications of staff that are required to do that level of assessment, with a view to working out really which family members need and would benefit from a program of ongoing care, as opposed to, offering a few counselling sessions as required. I think we have to shift away from that assumption and really look at the fact that the majority of people in these situations will need ongoing care. These are, very traumatising situations, very negative implications, probably not going to respond to a few counselling sessions. I think there needs to be much more in-depth engagement with the issues, but based on an evaluation of exactly what the psychological problems might be.
And how might a child's profile be raised within the services? Is it a matter of education? How inquiry? How might that be done?
Well, I would think in the initial stage, when we're trying to bring in greater awareness of children's needs, education, and having programs that are developed to actually raise understanding of the impacts of trauma on children, given that the majority of people in some particular services might not have come across that, other than, the child's going to be distressed because they're bereaved or have witnessed behavioural disturbance. That's probably not sufficient. I would think the issues that have been under discussion today in terms of understanding the importance of developmental processes, the way in which trauma disrupts development, how children who've experienced trauma might respond at different stages, and how to talk to children. I think sometimes people who've not necessarily had adequate training are somewhat reluctant to say to a child, do you know what's happened? Can you tell me about how that's impacting you, in other words? But they're actually quite hard questions to engage children around. Not that we want to turn everyone into specialists, but to be able to offer basic triage and identification of risk, I think would be very important, whether people want to use pro formas of developmental questions. But I think a package like that might actually be quite useful to develop for in various services. They're certainly used in mental health services, in perinatal and early parenting services. And so there are examples of the way those things can be used to identify those who need further assessment and ongoing treatment.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Newman. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Professor Newman. I don't really have a question so much as a comment, just to thank you. I think you've really very clearly articulated the impact on children and the potential transgenerational impact, and why there needs to be both an awareness and services available for children and families. And when I think about it, for current members of the Australian Defence Force and for former members of the Australian Defence Force, I guess the issue is, you know, whose responsibility is it to make sure that these kinds of services are available? Do you have a thought in response to that? I wasn't going to ask a question, but it turned out to be one.
My initial thought is that's a very much an unresolved question, and that is absolutely fundamental to understanding how we should, you know, better proceed to meet this need. I mean, there's probably broad agreement that it will be good to have a system of response in these situations. Whether child and adolescent mental health services, which are organised very differently around the country, see themselves as having this sort of role, I'm unsure. Whether we can have a process that might upskill and actually embed mental health and trauma-informed skills within existing frameworks within defence and services for veterans might be very important. I trained in the old system of repatriation hospitals with a whole range of Vietnam veterans in my younger days, and that was a very valued service within public sector mental health, but they're few and far between. And we certainly had a child and adolescent capacity within that service, whether I'm not at all sure that in the current resource crisis around mental health that would be seen as a priority. But I think what the principle that I think is important is that there needs to be some sort of fundamental agreement across the sectors as to how that's going to operate. I think without that, we tend to have an overly fragmented approach. The need is clear, the needs of children are very clear in these situations. And by definition, children's needs are multi-sectoral. So we have educational needs, we have child protection needs, we have their health needs, their mental health needs. And it's a perennial problem in organising child services. The idea of having accessible services for these families where there's an integration of the different components of treatment, I think would actually be ideal. The sort of hub model that Victoria's setting up for general, but specifically for this population, who I think would feel better supported if something was established for them. That's mine. But I'm sorry, I have no answers to that.
No, thank you for that. I'm just acutely aware, I guess, of some of the feedback that I've heard from various people I've spoken to about the challenges when there are frequently relocations, for example, as part of the posting cycle, etc., that it can be very difficult to get to access services in the public sector because you never make it to the
very
top of the
difficult.
list.
It's very difficult, and some public sector mental health services very clearly put boundaries around what is acceptable and what is unacceptable, and that's largely a resource-driven issue. So in a way, and the discussions that often that are from the veteran community are about, well, what are the specific issues facing them, which are quite unique and difficult, and probably some dedicated services for that group I would think are going to be more user-friendly and acceptable. But trying to access all of this within public sector services will be very difficult.
Thank you.
Mr. Douglas?
Thanks, Professor. Thank you for your evidence, but I don't have any questions.
Thank you again, Professor. I don't have any questions, but also just wanted to reiterate our thanks to you for not only your evidence today, but for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fordham, is there anything you wanted to raise?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're finished if that's the case.
Yes.
And can the witness be excused from a summons
Right.
to appear? Okay, if there's nothing...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Newman.
If there's nothing further, we'll adjourn till tomorrow morning. I understand it's a 9 a.m. start tomorrow.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until Thursday, the 7th of April at 9 a.m.